hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar, and feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world, and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuiya, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar, and feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world, and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar, and feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar, and feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani.
Hello, good morning everyone.
There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community.
Please.
It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites.
Good morning everyone. Yes, and welcome again to those who just arrived. Here we have the honor to have the South Sudan Minister among us. Is he here? Not in the room. Yeah, but I heard he's around. And I would like to ask people sitting in the back to just please try to start occupying the first lines so the room may... Even people on the corner over there, please, if you can join us, get close to us here in front, that would be good. So I think we'll start today's activities. And we'll be right now going into an investment forum, and it will be introduced by the Minister in charge of Commerce. And then after her opening remarks, we'll go through seven presentations by each country on business opportunities and tourism in their own countries. After that presentation, there will be a Q&A, question and answers series. You guys you'll have an opportunity to ask questions about the presentations, and the presenters as well will be able to answer you, and there will be a certain kind of panel that will be going on. I'll pass the word to my colleague, Anais.
Yes. Hello, Francis.
Morning, Anais.
Mahoro neza mwese, nizere ko mumeze neza, ngira mpere gusaba ivyo yasavye amamashini nibaza ko amaze gukora. Abarundi abanyarwanda ariko aranyumva tusha duhindura n'ibirimi, mwegere imbere kugira tube twegeranye twese n'ibibazo bize kugenda neza. Nkuko rero Francis aheje kubivuga, turatanguye novuga ati ibikorwa nyamukuru vy'uno munsi wa gatatu wiyihayanishwa musanzwe muzi, hanyuma turatangura mu kanya dutangura nyene icese bitangujwe n'umushikiranganje asanzwe akurikirana ivy'ingenzi. Eko nibaza karuko nyene turamurindiriye, ashobora kuba yamaze no gushika, tumuhe ijambo. Hanyuma twibutse yuko hari utumashini bashobora gukoresha. Canal 1 ni mu Congereza, Canal 2 ni mu Gifaransa, Canal 3 ni mu Kiswahili.
And we would like also to remind you that for those who cannot understand one language or another, there are these you have these headsets that you have, and then the Canal 1 is for English.
Yeah, the Canal
1 is for English.
Canal 2
Et
for
pour le
French.
français, c'est le Canal 2. Na kwa
Canal-
Swahili mtabonyeza canal ya 3, mtaweza kupata tafsiri kwa Kiswahili. Yeah. So I think
Je vois déjà le représentant du secrétaire de l'AAC, c'est Jean-Baptiste. Vous pouvez venir prendre place.
exactement.
Oui, oui. On l'a repéré de l'autre côté. Madame la ministre Ok. On va l'attendre. Francis.
So we'll be waiting for
Yes.
the minister in charge of commerce and tourism in of Burundi to come and open this investment forum. As I was telling you, so we'll be having this opening by the minister of the forum. Then after it will be followed by presentation on business opportunities in different countries of the ESA, the East African Community, and each country, the 7 member countries, each country will have a presentation focusing on what are the opportunities in any business opportunities in this country. We hope that after the presentation, we'll be able also to follow the
Ok, merci Francis. Donc, on peut même demander à ceux qui sont ici de demander le lien parce que la présentation sera live. Elle est live grâce à nos techniciens qui sont ici. Donc, c'est live et les gens peuvent suivre différentes présentations qui vont avoir lieu, bien sûr, juste après l'ouverture officielle qui sera faite par Madame la ministre du Tourisme, du Commerce et du Transport.
And we would like the audience to also welcome the Minister of South Sudan, who just got in the room. Welcome, sir. And as I was explaining, we are waiting for the Minister in charge of Commerce and Tourism in Burundi to come for opening remarks of this investment forum. Then after her opening remarks, we'll go through a presentation by each member countries on business opportunities that are in this country. And then after there will be a Q&A, and it will be an interaction, and we'll be able, I hope, everyone will be able here and they will be able to note and realize what opportunities each country is offering, and mostly what opportunities East African is offering to all the members.
Oui, et comme vient de le dire mon ami Francis, on salue la présence du ministre sud-soudanais en charge du tourisme. Et donc, je pense qu'on va commencer d'ici quelques minutes. On va peut-être demander du côté de la cabine technique de peut-être faire encore une fois circuler quelques vidéos qui montrent la beauté de la région, de notre région, de la communauté est-africaine, et justement pour arriver à avoir ce bloc-là comme une destination.
Thank you. So while we wait for the beginning, we'd like to ask people to please play the video once again. That shows a little bit of touristic opportunities in the region.
Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar, and feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tuchangae nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar, and feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tuchangae nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region.
igihugu cy'ababyaye bajyanywe no kukarisha ubwenge kaminuza baraminuye dogitera baraziciye baca bihagana igihugu cy'ababyaye iyo tukayugura umurundi ugakunda igihugu cyakubyaye ukwiye tukayugura umurundi ugakunda igihugu cyakubyaye urundi 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 ese waronse yaragasa ubutoni wacu dutetse imbere igihugu cyatubyaye sogokuru na nyogokuru reka n'abamwe bigana bose barashaka kukubona urundi 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 South Africa cyangwa ukaba Amerika ukabubizi y'ukurundi naho buba mu Budage cyangwa ukaba mu Bubirigi ariko ukabuze yuko uri Umurundi ukwiye kwibuka yuko uri Umurundi ugakunda igihugu cyakubyaye ukwiye kwibuka yuko uri Umurundi ugakunda igihugu cyakubyaye Urundi 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 baserukiye igihugu cy'ababyaye bajyanywe no kukarisha ubwenge kaminuza baraminuje dogitera baraziciye baca bihagana igihugu cy'ababyaye biyeguka y'uburundi ugakunda igihugu cyakubyaye ukwiye kuba y'uburundi ugakunda igihugu cyakubyaye.
La ministre en charge du tourisme, elle est dans la place et je pense que nous pouvons continuer avec le programme.
On accueille encore une fois, mesdames et messieurs, la ministre en charge du commerce et du tourisme du Burundi. Le programme a été un peu modifié. On va donc commencer par un petit mot substantiel qui va nous être délivré par le ministre sud-soudanais, qui sera suivi par le mot d'ouverture de madame la ministre en charge du commerce et du tourisme du Burundi. Et puis, il y aura plutôt une revue de l'East African Community. Puis, on va alors passer aux présentations, des différentes opportunités d'affaires présentes dans la région.
Nk'uko rero hejeje kubishikiriza mugenzi wanje ngaho turi kumwe harabaye novuga akantu gatoya gahinduka haraza gutangura kuvuga umushikiranganje mu gihugu Sud Sudan hanyuma akurikirwe n'umushikiranganje asazwe araba ivy'ingenzi hano mu gihugu hanyuma umuntu agaruke gatoyi ku vyerekeye nyene ibijanye na yase aho tuza kwiganirako hanyuma tugaruke kuri programme kumwe twababwira yuko abantu baza kuza barashikiriza ibijanye na yase n'ibishobora gukorwa kugira tugume duteza imbere ibihugu vyacu mu vyerekeye ivy'ingenzi nyene no n'ibiyaga n'ibindi vyose turi kumwe ngaha.
Thank you, Anais. As I was saying, there have been a little modification on the program. So we'll start by remarks by the Minister of Wildlife and Conservation and Tourism from South Sudan. And then after there will be opening remarks by the Minister of Commerce, Transport, Industry and Tourism of Burundi. And then after there will be an East African Community overview. And then we'll be back again to the program with presentation of 7 countries on business opportunities available in the country.
Je pense que sans tarder, on va donc inviter le ministre sud-soudanais pour pouvoir prononcer son discours.
So straight away, we're going to welcome the South Sudan minister for his remarks.
At the beginning, let me recognize and appreciate my colleague, the National Minister of Trade and Tourism for the Great Republic of Burundi. Also, I have to recognize the 2 permanent secretaries of Burundi and South Sudan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me first appreciate and give my heartfelt thanks to to the organizers who have just invited me to take part in this very, very vital function. Also, to start with, I have to appreciate our mighty body, which is the East African Bloc, because without them, we wouldn't have such forums. Through them, today we are here, and we are entertaining and participating in the second East African Tourism Expo, which is taking place here in Bujumbura. The first one, which I attended last year, was in Arusha, and this is the second one. Thank you very much, the East African Bloc, and I think this is the right breed and the right platform for us to define ourselves in a very appropriate manner. Here, I have to give also my heartfelt appreciations to my colleague, the Minister of Tourism for this great nation, as well as her ministry, because through them they have managed to lead us until they made the day of today a happening events. Also, let me appreciate and give my heartfelt appreciations, and also to reflect on what the leadership of South Sudan had assigned us to come and convey to the leadership of this country. We are here based on their notes and based on their successful arrangements, preparations, and today we are witnessing and participating in these events. East African Bloc, it's one of the richest bodies globally, because based on the opportunities, based on the richness aspects that we have, especially in the areas of tourism. Here we have the multiple culture, we have the natural resources, natural scenery, we have the historical sites, then to mention the mighty protected areas and wildlife. We have them here in the 7 regional countries, and luckily enough, and I have to confess on that, we are different in terms of tapping and utilizing those resources. For instance, here we have the big brothers, Kenyans, Tanzanians, and I have to respect the rest. And we have also those who are creeping at the bottom, who are trying to catch up. Let me talk about myself in South Sudan. We are trying now to catch up with the big brothers. And I think the East African Tourism Expo is the right platform for us to redefine ourselves as a final destination, one of the possible best destinations for the tourists to visit and see. Thank you very much for these proper arrangements. And now we are attending a forum which will be reflecting on the tourism opportunities in this great block. Congratulations in advance, and I wish and I hope this discussion will take the right dimension so that the resolutions and outcome would yield the fruits of our success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll now follow the opening remarks of this investment forum by the Minister in charge of Trade, Commerce and Tourism of Burundi.
Honorable Minister of Wildlife and Tourism of the Republic of South Sudan, dear EAC Secretariat participants here present, dear exhibitors and buyers, dear JZ participants here, and all protocol observe, good morning. First of all, it's an honor for the Republic of Burundi to host this second Expo and Conference Regional on Tourism, which is held here in Bujumbura it's a great honor on behalf of the government of Burundi to warmly welcome all the delegation from East African community countries. Let's clap for them. Secondly, I really appreciate the presence here of His Excellency Honorable Minister in charge of tourism coming from South Sudan. His presence here is showing the commitment that South Sudan is committed to collaborate with all partners and all countries in order to develop the tourism sector. Let's also join our hand to clap and appreciate the presence of His Excellency from South Sudan. Honorable Minister, all protocol observe. This event held here in Burundi is the second edition. It's the opportunity for all the participants to share the potentiality that East African countries have on tourism sector. And also it's an opportunity to share experiences and also to share what we have as local and also as a bloc, to share with the private sector, to share with the public sector, in order to see how we can harmonize politics, strategies, in order to have the East African community as one destination touristic area. So I hope that during this forum, this investors forum, we are going to see the potentiality which existing in each country, and also we are going to see what initiative can be doing in order to have more, to have the touristic and potentiality that we have be more attractive and be more developing. We hope that from this forum we are going to learn and share experiences. We are going to learn from public sector and private sector, from country partners, so that we can learn more and we can develop our strategies and our politics in order to develop our potentiality that we have in East African community countries. And I think that the private sector here, who are present here, will have also the opportunity to know about those potentiality, and they will know about the initiative that is offering by our countries in order to come to invest in the tourism sector. So it's an honor for the Burundi to host this event, and also we hope that you get the time to visit around Bujumbura. We have the Lake Tanganyika, which is a touristic potential, and we have also many potentiality in Burundi. I think that the participant on this expo will have the time to visit Burundi, and I wish you a good stay in Bujumbura, and I wish all participants a successful participation and fruitful participation. Honorable Minister, welcome in Burundi, and we hope that you will have a good time during the time you pass here in Bujumbura, and we appreciate also your presence here again, and I appreciate also the high delegation from each country partners of East African community. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
ku bariko barakurikirana ku buhinga ngurukana bumenyi, duhejeje gukurikirana umushikiranganji ajejwe ivy'ingenzi aho yariko aragaruka ku bwiza butatse Burundi, ariko arashimira abantu bose babifatanyije hamwe kugira ibintu byose bigende neza, akaba rero ahejeje gutanguza icese ibikorwa biza kuranga uno musi wa gatatu w'ibi bikorwa dusanzwemwo iminsi.
Thank you so much, Madam Minister of Trade and Commerce Tourism in Burundi. Now, before we get into the presentation now, we will going to go through an East African community overview right now. Yes.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Deogrates Mbara and I work with the EAC Secretariat at the Department of Investment and Private Sector Promotion. And our work is to market the EAC as an ideal investment destination. First is to promote the image, and then next is to promote the opportunities that the region offers, and then also to advocate for policy reforms. I'll just, because I know the partnerships will highlight the opportunities along with the incentives. But for me, I'll just start off with why invest in EAC? What is our value proposition in terms of wanting someone to invest in EAC? There are so many good marketing campaigns that were proposed, the countries are undertaking. There's Unforgettable Tanzania. So that's an experience that we want to promote when someone wants to come and invest in East Africa. There's also Expo Uganda, and then there's Magical Kenya. So these are some of the initiatives that we want when an investor comes, needs to experience some of these initiatives. So why invest in EAC? We offer the market. With the joining of DRC, our population is now approximately 300 million. The 300 million offers a huge market, and with a growth of approximately 5.8%, and with countries exuding 7-8% of growth, that shows potential in terms of investing into East Africa. The next, with regard to market, we are now negotiating the the African Continental Free Trade Area, which offers 1.2 billion people, a market that's so huge in terms of investment attraction, and the GDP is around 3.4 trillion. So that is an attraction to investors in terms of coming to invest. The other is the opportunities that you're going to hear from all the partner states. We offer immense investment opportunities. We have so many attractions that offers opportunities, and we hope the investors will be able to tap into those. We also have the political stability. You can see the commitment that's been shown here. We have two of the ministers of EAC. Yesterday, we were blessed with the vice president. That shows commitment in terms of attraction, and it's a good sign in terms of attracting investments. We also offer our cultural heritage, which provides an attraction in terms of someone coming to invest. So I would go now to the overview in terms of the policy environment. At EAC, we are governed by the treaty, and the treaty is like our mother law, and Article 79 and 80, which provides for cooperation in investment and industrial development, which the purpose is to enhance the investment potential of the EAC partner states, and the purpose is to promote the EAC as a single investment destination. And then we also have the Common Market Protocol, which provides for protection of cross-border investment. So for any investor that invests into any of these partner states is covered by this legal framework. And then we also have the Partner State Investment Code, whose purpose is promoting and facilitating investments. And then we're going to hear in terms of all the investment opportunities that the countries offers. I'll just be giving highlights as we go, but I would like to invite the representative from the Republic of Burundi to present the investment opportunities and the highlights in terms of the incentives. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this quick and well interesting overview. So we're going now with start by Burundi, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you. And we would like to ask for every presenter to start by introducing himself and then or any other platform that is from. Thank you. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Madam Minister of Burundi in charge of commerce and tourism, Your Excellency, Mr. the Minister of South Sudan in charge of tourism, dear EAC Secretary, distinguished guests and participants, all protocol observed, dear member of delegations, good morning. On behalf of the Chief Executive Officer of the Burundi Investment Authority, and on my own behalf, it is a great honor to again welcome you to Bujumbura, the capital, the economic city of Burundi, and to wish you a good stay among all of the time you are going to spend with us. As required, let me now present you some investment opportunities and some information on the business climate. My presentations will focus on 7 small points. The introduction will give you an overview of our country. Secondly, I will give you information about the Burundi Development Agency as an institution in charge of investment promotion and exportation promotion. Third, I will tell you about the government policy on investment. You will also need to have some information on business registration in Burundi. Then I will share with you the legal and regulatory framework and some incentives offered by our investment code. And after, we will explore together some investment opportunities and have some information on business climate. Geographically, our country is limited to the north by Rwanda, to the west by Democratic Republic of Congo, and to the south and the east by Tanzania. On this image, you see some dramas of Burundi, and our president, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, beating the drum. Now, Burundi has an area of 27 It has an area of 27,834 square kilometers. Its population is about 11.9 millions, with a density of 53.3 at a square kilometer. The economic capital city is Bujumbura, with Gitega as a political capital city. We have the Lake Tanganyika, which is the longest in the world, and it has about 200 species endemic to the lake. And the lake connects Burundi to 3 countries, RD Congo, Tanzania, and Zambia. And also, Bujumbura is the main city on the Lake Tanganyika. We have 4 main languages: Kirundi, French, English, and Swahili. Our climate is mild with an average of 21 degrees Celsius, and it rains between 8 and 9 months per year. The main religions are Christian and Muslim. According to data from the World Bank, the gross domestic product of Burundi is estimated at 3.10 billion US dollars, and the GDP for capita is 260 US dollar. Agriculture contribute 39.4% to the GDP. Industry contribute 16.4%, and the services contribute 44.2% to the GDP. The average exchange rate today is 2047.46 Burundi francs per dollar. The inflation rate has gone from 7.52% to 4.63% in 2022. Now, the Burundi Development Agency has 4 main missions: promotion of investments and exports, designing reforms for improving business climate, providing support and assistance to investors and exporters, to alert the government of Burundi on cases of breach of laws and regulations with regards to promotion of investments and export. Burundi Development Agency has a vision to be a key institution in exchange of promoting investment and exports so as to contribute to national economic growth. What is now the government policy on investment? The government of Burundi, through the President, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, is committed to boosting economic growth by attracting, facilitating, and supporting investments, whether local and external. It is in this same context of commitment that the Burundi Development Agency has been put under the authority of the Office of the President. It is also through government of Burundi motto, Leta Mvyeyi, Leta Nkozi, which means responsible and hard-working government, that the President held the investors and businessmen to be the driver of the national economy. Government of Burundi is welcoming investors from all over the world and is doing its best to diversify its economy and to maximize the potentials in various sectors. Our government strongly believes that peace and security are among the prerequisites to any prosperous business. Therefore, it is determined and committed to maintain peace and security, including investor protection. When you want to register your business in Burundi, you'll find that all institutions involved in registration business are gathered in a one-stop shop in order to facilitate investors. Those institutions are Tribunal for Commerce, the National Institute of Social Security, the Burundi Revenue Authority, the Labor Inspection Unit, and the Burundi Development Agency. Those 5 institutions are together, and when you are going to register your business, you will need only 1 working day to register your business. And currently, business registration costs only $25. Burundi has also 3 other operational one-stop shops for construction permits, property transfer, and connecting to electricity. After registrations, the following document will be issued: status, trade registry certificate, tax identification number, registration fee payment receipt, and a member card to the National Security Institute. Let me let you know also that if you want to operate in banking sector, in the trade of petroleum product, chemical product, lawyers and notaries, and all other sectors listed here, you will be required to provide a license. As the legal and regulatory framework in Burundi is concerned, we have an investment code with which guides all investors in the country and defines the advantages, that is incentives provided to the investors. We have also a free zone regime which applies to exporters only. Some incentives offered by our investment code are the following: the exemption of charges on property transfer, no duty on raw materials, capital goods, and specialized vehicles. Corporate tax rate is 30%. It is reduced of 5% for the first year, 10% for the second year, 15% for the third year, 20% for the fourth, and 25% for the 5th year. There is also a value-added tax exemption when purchasing raw materials and equipment locally. There is also free repatriation of profit after payment all taxes. Value-added tax exemption and duties on imported equipment and raw materials for investment projects identified to be strategic and priority sectors for the national economy. There is also other incentives offered by an investment code to the investors, that is protection of investments, no nationalization or expropriation of investments on Burundi territory, except in exceptional case of public interest, fair compensation in case of expropriation, and flexible dispute settlement provision. Incentives granted by free zone regimes in Burundi During the first 10 years of its operation, every free enterprise benefits from the total exemption from taxes on profits. From the 11th year, if its operation and throughout the life of the enterprise, the tax on profits is 15% with the exemption of free commercial enterprises. The income tax is reduced to 10% for any company that has created more than 100 permanent jobs for Burundian nationals. Companies that reinvest at least 25% of the profits made during their 10 years of existence pay 10% less than the normally applicable tax rate on profits. Since its creation and throughout its life, the free commercial enterprise pays a tax representing 1% of its turnover. The tax is reduced to 0.9% of turnover for any free commercial enterprise that has created more than 20% permanent jobs for Burundian nationals. The declaration of payment of the said tax will be made in accordance with the Transaction Tax Act. Dividends distributed to the shareholders of the company are exempt from all taxes throughout the life of the company. Any free enterprise benefits from the total exemption from the payment of indirect taxes in force or any new registration and stamp duties. These include but not limited the transaction tax, transfer tax, and the registration duty on the amount of increases in the company's capital. Every free enterprise shall import without a license. The company's imports must meet the quality standards enforced in Burundi. Imports by a free enterprise of raw materials, intermediate products, accessories, and capital goods listed in the free enterprise certificate shall be exempt from all present and future direct or indirect duties and taxes. Any free enterprise exports without a license or quota. The company is nevertheless required to comply with the quality standards of exported products enforced in Burundi. Before any export, the company is also required to make the administrative declaration in force. Exports of the free enterprise are exempt from all direct and indirect duties and tax, present and future. Any enterprise that manufactures exportable goods, provided that these goods have undergone a certain degree of processing or a net value of at least 35%, is eligible for the status of free industrial enterprise. And the enterprise that intends to carry out importation of products other than precious materials and others for the export after packaging is eligible for the status of the free commercial enterprise. Any enterprise that intends to provide exportable services in computer equipment assembly services, software development services, export packaging services, printing and publishing services, services tourist organizer, and film product and distribution services is eligible for the status of free services enterprise. Now, for investors, it is extremely important to know that Burundi scored #1 in Sub-Saharan Africa on business registration, and it's maintaining that good position. Burundi is also a member of the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, the New York Convention of the Recognition and the Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Sentences, the Apostille Convention on Mutual Legal Assistance, and the International Administrative to simplify the authentication of documents used abroad to facilitate the free movement of people, goods, and services. Now Burundi is digitalizing its one-stop shop for business registration in order to facilitate online registration, and this will be operation in October 2022. To be eligible for the incentives offered by the Burundi Investment Code, you are needed to provide a list of the following documents: trade registry certificate, tax identification number, business plan, and an environmental impact study certificate. Let's now see the opportunity of investment in Burundi. There is mining, energy, agriculture and agro-processing industry, manufacturing. You have also transport, industry, trade and services, health and educational infrastructure, tourism, financial sector, information and communication technologies, real estate and government buildings construction, and warehouse cooling depoting at Bujumbura International Airport. Those are the main investment opportunity in Burundi. Burundi is strategically located in the region that offering a big market size. It is a member of a lot of organizations that provide a large market, and no custom duty is charged if investment is made within the common market and free trade countries. Now you shall remember that in Burundi there is a top leadership commitment to support investment, incentives offered by the investment code. We have also untapped opportunity of investment and peace security. Here we have some links throughout. You can find some videos, interesting videos on Burundi. And after we have a contact of Burundi Development Agency, and meanwhile we have a stand out and further informations and answers to your questions shall be given by visiting our stand there. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ananias Moutoni. Pour ceux qui nous suivent, nous venons de suivre un petit aperçu de comment le Burundi est en train d'essayer de favoriser l'investissement dans le pays, comment les entreprises sont ici, comment on facilite toutes ces personnes qui veulent investir ici. Si vous permettez, avant de revenir justement sur non seulement le résumé, et pouvoir continuer le programme, j'aimerais annoncer à l'Assemblée que Madame la ministre en charge du tourisme et du commerce va prendre congé. Oui, c'est comme ça que ça se passe. Quand on est ministre, on a plusieurs choses à faire. Ça a été un plaisir de vous avoir avec nous, Madame la ministre.
As the minister exists, the program still continues. Yes. Another value proposition and a round of applause to the Republic of Burundi. You have seen another value proposition in terms of streamlining business registration, operating as a one-stop center, in which it takes only 1 day to register a business in Republic of Burundi, which is a very good incentive in terms of attracting investment. And then also moving and changing the investment promotion to Burundi development and moving it to the office of the president, which adds more commitment in terms of the government in attracting investments. I would like to invite the United Republic of Tanzania for their presentation.
Distinguished guests, good afternoon. My name's Beatrice Modest Kesi. I work for Tanzania National Parks, and today I'm going to present on the tourism and investment opportunities available in Tanzania National Parks. Start with, we'll talk about Tanzania National Parks. Tanzania National Parks is a parastatal organization that was established in 1959 and is mandated to manage all areas designated as national parks, Tanzania. And currently we are managing a total of 22 national parks, which covers an area of more than 104,000 square kilometers, which is equivalent to 11% of the total area of the country. And that is the map showing the national parks in Tanzania. You can see Tanzania to the north is bordered by Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, Zimbabwe, Malawi to the western side, while in the southern we are bordered by Mozambique, and in the eastern we are bordered by the Indian Ocean. So the green color represent the national parks in Tanzania. You can see the national parks are located almost every corner of the country. Tanzania, we have the highest freestanding mountain, Mount Kilimanjaro. It's bordered in Kenya. You can see Serengeti. Those are the flagships of the country. If you talk about Kilimanjaro, Kilimanjaro is known more than Tanzania. If you talk about Serengeti, it's known more than Tanzania. But we have many more national parks, as you can see them, all of them in green color. We have a lot to explore in East Africa and Tanzania. What do we have in our national parks, which will make you to come and invest in the national parks in Tanzania? In our national parks, we have a diversity of wildlife and abundance. If you visit our national parks, are full of animals, full of different types of animals. The migration, wildlife migration, you can see the wildlife migration in Serengeti National Park. It's one of the famous in the world. Mountains, in the national parks, we have as I said earlier, the highest freestanding mountain, Mount Kilimanjaro, which is just bordering with Kenya. We have the Mount Meru, which is also the second highest mountain in the country. And it's located in Arusha National Park, which is 30 kilometers from the central of Arusha. The beaches, if you talk about the beaches in Tanzania, it's a place to invest. In the national parks, we have Saadani National Park. As you saw it in the map, it's bordering the Indian Ocean. It's the only national park where the beach meets the bush, where you can go and see elephants swimming in the Indian Ocean. It's a spectacular place to enjoy the sun, sand, and the beach, where you can have an opportunity to come and invest. Different lakes. We in the national parks, we have national parks in Lake Tanganyika, Gombe, Mahale, which are very close also to Burundi. We have Lake Victoria, where we have the Rubondo Island National Park, which is located in the middle of Lake Victoria. In our national parks, we have the opportunities to see the chimpanzee in Rubondo Island National Park, Mahale and Gombe. It's a place where you can come and invest if you have clients who are interested with the primates. But also at the Eden of Flowers, we have Kitulo National Park in southern Tanzania, where you can see endemic flowers, the orchids, plenty in this national park, as you can see in the picture. Apart from that, the rare and endangered species, the rhino and the wild dogs, you can easily see them in Mkomazi National Park. It's also bordering Kenyan side, but also in Serengeti National Park. Other tourist activities. Now we can see the tourist activities that are conducted in the national parks. We have a variety of tourism activities. We have the traditional one, game drives, where you board a Land Rover or a Land Cruiser and see the wildlife in their natural habitats. That one is famous. But we have boat excursions in Saadani. You can do that in Sanane Island, in Rubondo, and other national parks where we have water bodies. But apart from that, there is canoeing safari or opportunity to invest in canoeing. That is one of the activities where it's mostly applied in parks like Manyara, Lake Manyara National Park, Nyerere National Park, and the like, where tourists view the animals using the canoe. Apart from that, hot air balloons. These other activities where offers an opportunity to see the animals using bird's eye view, because you fly over the wildlife and see them beneath. Camping activities are also popular in our national parks. Chimpanzee tracking in Gombe, Mahale, and Rubondo Island, where you can come close to the chimpanzee and see different activities that they are doing during the day. Sport fishing, you can see it's one of the activities that are conducted in water bodies inside the national parks. Night game drive is another activity which offers the opportunity to see the nocturnal, the animals that are active during the night. So this is another activity. Horseback riding, this you ride horse inside the national parks while seeing the wildlife. Apart from that, snorkeling, this is popular in Lake Tanganyika, in Gombe and Mahale National Parks, where you can see the marine organisms. We have more than 120 species of fish that you can see them in Lake Tanganyika. Cycling, which is in mountain cycling and other national parks. Paragliding, very popular in Kilimanjaro National Park. Mountain hiking, in climbing Mount Kilimanjaro, Mount Meru, Dzungwa Mountain, Mahali Mountains, and the like. Other activities are walking, safari, where you can come close to wildlife by walking inside the national parks. Others are canopy walkways. Now let's see what are the investment opportunities that are available in the national parks. We have several investment opportunities, including mostly we have accommodation facilities. Since tourism is growing in Tanzania, it's growing in East Africa, there is a big demand, a huge demand of accommodation facilities. Accommodation facilities that are of good standard, that are their standard which is accepted within the East African region. So we have opportunities for investing in lodges, tented camps, and camping, where we have more than 100 sites in the national parks. So there is that opportunity. But other investment opportunity include balloon safaris. You saw the hot air balloon, but also canopy walkway, horse riding, caravanning, rescue operation services, especially in the mountain, equally, Serengeti National Park and other national parks where we have influx of visitors, but also restaurants, curio shop, fuel supply, water sports activities, cruise tours in selected national parks. So those are the currently available investment opportunities in the national park. And who can invest in the Tanzania national parks? Anyone can invest, but we have put a list where we allow foreign individual persons to come and invest, but also foreign companies, partnerships between foreign individual and Tanzanian citizen, partnerships between foreign company and Tanzanian company, foreign institutions and organizations, Tanzanian individuals, Tanzanian companies. All these are allowed to come and invest in the national parks. The requirements for investment are simple. You just write a letter of interest and submit it to TANAPA, and the Conservation Commissioner's office will review and decide to provide a permission letter, and then the interested investor submits project proposal and business plan, and then the proposal notification letter is given to the project proponent, and standard license agreement is signed between the project proponent and Tanzania National Parks. Then the implementation begins. And on that, we have several incentives that we, Tanzania National Parks, provide on top of the incentives that the government provides to the investors. For us, Tanzania National Parks, we give free entry permit to the during construction stage and mobilization of the project, but also all staff who are working in the hotel or the investment will be given a free pass to enter the national park, but also a free pass is given to the directors. So those are the investment opportunity, those are the incentives for investment that Tanzania National Parks provides on top of the central government investment incentives. And now let's have a look on this small video. It's just a 1 minute, which shows the beauty of the national parks. Please help. It's just a 1 minute to mark the end of my presentation. Just a 1 minute video. Please play it. Voice.
Refreshing feeling of belonging welcomes you home. A place where you reconnect with the origins of humanity. A destination that radiates with a kind of joy that feels so familiar. The forgotten memory of freedom is being resurfaced. Embrace the glory of pure adventure and indulge in the opulence of its diversity. Come to Tanzania and have a truly unforgettable experience.
Thank you very much. That video summarizes my presentation. You saw almost everything that I was telling you about the national parks. Come and visit Tanzania national parks. Come and invest to Tanzania national parks. And that marks the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Maybe before I end up, there's one colleague of mine who wants to share something also from Tanzania. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable ministers. Just a very quick addition to what my colleague was saying. By the way, the lady that was speaking here sits on the board of the Arusha International Conference Center in Tanzania. We are the convention center that runs two major international convention center in Arusha, and the other one called Julius Nyerere International Convention Center in Dar es Salaam. We are one of the oldest, possibly in Africa, because we started off our business in 1978, and we have a project that we are envisaging to construct possibly the biggest regional international convention center under the name under the name Kilimanjaro International Convention Center, with possibly one of the biggest one to have more than 6,000 participants or delegates. But I understand that in Burundi, there is also a plan to have a convention center. The message I wanted to share with you is that we have the expertise. We possibly know a bit of some of the financials for the convention centers, and we could provide and share some information on how best we can leverage our region in terms of attracting a number of business tourists. And it's very important. Sometimes most of our speakers speak in isolation from the enclave of their country. But for the case of tourism, if you look at our northern tourism circuit, you'll find it's well connected to Kenyan. If you talk about migration, you're talking about connectivity of ecosystem between Serengeti and Masai Mara in Kenya. She mentioned about the Gombe and the two parks in the border, almost in the border with Burundi. So I think it's very important at the moment, and with the coordination from the East Africa community, that we sort of get an area of investment that is jointly, possibly with the partner states that we do. There is no way that we can do tourism promotion if we do it in isolation. So it's important that let's publicize and talk about promotion of our tourism facilities, possibly jointly. So in the conventional center business, it has a lot of connected value chain. So if Burundi, for instance, is to construct now the International Convention Center, we would expect that some of our airlines, Air Tanzania, Kenya Airways, Rwanda Airways, are more likely to get all of businesses. So I think let's think about, from EAC initiative possibly, let's see how best we can, come up with a single say project in tourism that will revitalize our businesses across the East Africa community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at EAC, we call for joint promotion. We have an EAC investment policy which calls for promoting the EAC as a single investment destination. And I've talked of so many attractiveness in terms of what Tanzania offers. There's a publication which comes out every year, which ranks African economies in terms of attractiveness and where to invest. It's called the Rand Merchant Bank. And 3 of the EAC partner states are in that publication, in the top 10. And some of the things you have seen here is what attracts investors into investing into East Africa. I would like to invite a representative from the Republic of Uganda to highlight some of the investment opportunities and operating business environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Stephen Masaba. I work as a director for tourism and business development at Uganda Wildlife Authority, which is a body that is mandated to manage wildlife in the whole country. My colleague, Eddie Kiria, who is a member of the tourism board of Uganda Wildlife Authority, I thought it wise that I come and speak to you instead of him. So I want to acknowledge his good gesture to allow me to do so. But as I sort out the presentation, I want to mention a few things from what has been said from my colleagues that have been here from Burundi and the Republic of Tanzania. And before I do that, I want to appreciate the organization of this regional expo and the opportunity to invite us as Uganda to come and speak to you. I want to particularly appreciate the ESC Secretariat and the Secretary General, particularly for having thought and pushed through the idea of having a regional expo with rich opportunity for us to share ideas from each other. Uganda sees the East African integration and opportunities coming through this area as a great opportunity for us to learn from each other, to tap into the opportunities of the East African market, but also to promote the region together. I've just heard from my 2 colleagues from Burundi and Tanzania, we do as a region share similar opportunities. So when we talk about products that we need to market and get an investor, you can get one investor that has developed experience to run and implement this in the region. That helps for economies of scale, but also helps us to provide a similar experience when you have a developer that can invest in a similar product through the region. Uganda, what are we known for? Before I go into the opportunities of investment, we are known for stronger culture. We have so many tribes, and all of those offer the market and opportunity for us to complement each other through a stronger culture. We have good food, and I'm sure there's very good food here, but we also have good food. So we complement the region. People can come and eat in Uganda, then come and sleep here, and then do other business. We also, of course, have the source of the Nile. You can move and enjoy as you move throughout the Nile. We have friendly people. I'm not saying other regional countries don't have friendly people, but if you come and we meet you at the airport, we'll welcome you, we'll even kneel down, we'll speak to you along the way. And some people think that's a good thing that we add. You can learn from us. And then we do have the investment opportunities. I'm going to speak to you. I've already had balloons. We had only one balloon operator that went away, and actually they come from Egypt. So he did operate, and then I think he wasn't making money. But if he was operating balloons throughout the region, then we could have perhaps stayed because he was making money in Tanzania or Uganda and so on. I have had canopy. We don't have a canopy product yet, but I've seen the canopy product in Rwanda. So it's also good that we have a canopy so that people can have a good experience. And of course, we have mountains. Mount Renzo, which is the 3rd tallest mountain, has an opportunity for us to do a zip line, a canopy walk, and all those things. Especially rescue services. We also need them. Helicopter rescue services, we don't have them. So we do currently carry people on a stretcher, but that cannot be sustainable for a long time. So we do share opportunities that I want to go through. I hope my presentation is ready somewhere and I can start. If it's not there, then I will speak without it. Right, yes. So we are going to talk about investment opportunities in the protected areas. And I said I come from Uganda Wildlife Authority. I want to correct something there. Okay, I want to correct, my name is not Sam, and I said I'm Stephen Masaba. And some of the things you cannot edit on the phone, so I cannot remove the name of my boss. So I'm his director for tourism and investment opportunities, so please don't call me Sam, I am Stephen. I'll actually get very annoyed because I've told you twice that I'm Stephen. Okay, right. So we manage the protected areas, and we do play a very big role, especially now that climate change is a problem. We're the ones that ensure that nature is moderated, wildlife is there, and for those people who are tired from Western world, where there's a lot of ice and snow and too cold, come and enjoy the beauty of an African nation. So that's what we do. We have been around in conservation since 1996. Of course, protection has been there for a long time, since independence. But as an authority, we have been there since 1996, and we have celebrated 25 years recently of good conservation. Nevertheless, there are challenges, but at least if you come to Uganda, you'll see a bit of green, you see wildlife, you'll see people, and we're all trying to collaborate and work together. Yes, the reason we protect our natural resources is to ensure that the people who live now and those that will come after us will continue to enjoy something that is good and something that was created for God for them. So we conserve this for future generations. Yes, we have, in terms of the protected areas, and I'm going to maintain my investment opportunities in the protected areas. We have 10 national parks, and these are spread throughout the country. This morning, we had an opportunity with my colleague to meet the Minister for Wildlife and Tourism from Sudan. And then we said, oh, we share a border from Southern Sudan. Thank you for the correction. Southern Sudan. Yes, South Sudan. Thank you for the correction. We are learning, and you'll get it here, South Sudan. Yes, and we border one of the protected areas called Kidepo. It borders Kenya, Uganda, and Republic of Kenya. South Sudan, Kenya, and Uganda. And obviously, we have issues in that area. We need to collaborate closely to ensure that people who move across each of these three countries still continue to maintain that protected area the way it is, but also continue to benefit from it. Of course, occasionally you'll find people who don't understand conservation, who think that a wildlife, an oribi or an eland is good for lunch, not to be protected. So those issues are there. And we have set up a meeting for us to meet the general manager of the wildlife and the tourism board so we can have a discussion on how we can conserve. So one of the national parks is Kidepo. Very far, but brings us together as a region. The other one that brings us together is in southwest, is Windi and Mugahinga National Parks. This brings us closer to DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Rwanda. So these, we need to conserve them together because this is where the big primates, the flagship product that brings people to this region, come from. In fact, Uganda makes almost 70% or 60% of its general revenue for people who come and see the mountain gorillas and all the other species, and most of the parks are in this area. So we need collaboration as East African community partners so that we can conserve these resources because it equally contributes to each of these economies very, very strongly. We have 10 parks, we have wildlife reserves, 12 of them, we have community wildlife areas, and even wildlife sanctuaries. Wildlife does not live in protected areas alone. They don't know borders and boundaries. Sometimes they go and live outside, but we need to protect them. And there are investment opportunities, whether in the park or outside the park, that we need to share with. That is the areas where we are. I think you can find the location of some of these, but these offer different opportunities. They are unique. They offer different wildlife. We have Rwenzori, which is on the southwest, the third tallest mountain, which has ice and snow. You would think only ice and snow is in Europe, up there in the Nordic countries. But we do have these countries where we have ice and snow here, and that brings opportunities. So let me quickly move through, I've already said, yes, investments are important in the country, and we want them because we want people to enjoy the experience. We want you to invest because we think you bring expertise to us. We also think when you invest, you bring employment, and we think if you invest, you profile the country better. We have seen regions where there are good international investors and they market, and we see these people bringing their own visitors from separate countries. So you improve the profile of the country through investment, and you want to encourage people to do so. What I can only say here is that apart from bringing your capital, you also bring regional collaboration. If you have a chain of hotels in all these countries, it is better for all of us. We do have some investment opportunities which have generalized in that slide. We have so many good landscapes. And I must say I have been to China and I've seen their varied landscape. For them, they have done a good development on those ridges. You can connect on those peaks through bridges, or well, they call them glass bridges. You can connect and view the landscapes and nature through some development. They are not abandoned. Now, we don't have much of this. So we think across the Nile and any of those areas that you have beautiful landscapes, especially Kigezi, as you come to Kisoro and out into Rwanda, we have very good nature that people can put either glass bridges, zip lines, and so on. That area, that opportunity is there. We don't have many of these in the country. We also have Rwenzori. We think that not everybody can climb. At my age, I can. But there are people who are above 55, and they need to be helped. So if you do a cable car, it brings you up on the top of the mountain. Then you can access the top, which is over 5,200 meters, in a better time. That opportunity is very much there. We do have opportunities for whitewater rafting. There are people who like more adventure, and they want to do that. Across the Nile and every other waterfalls that we have, there's a lot of opportunity to do that. Canopy walks, we have advertised, but none of the investors have seen it. This is perhaps the second opportunity and last chance for you to invest in a canopy walk in Uganda. We have been looking for a local funder. It seems it's elusive, but we're going to re-advertise. We do have mountain and forest parks, and Chival is one of those where we have primates, so somebody can come and do the canopy walk, and then he continues to do the canopy. So you mix the two experiences in that park. We're about to go out and advertise. If you have anyone, we have seen the one of Nyungwe in Rwanda, and I've gone on it. We actually want to borrow from you, do it better. So if you have anyone who is interested, I'll leave my contact. We're going to advertise for canopy walks. And then we have a lot of dry crater lakes in the southwestern part of the country. We think these are suitable for zip lining, even some accommodation that we can assist you to do. And rock climbing, obviously we have a lot of rocks in private and government land that are just sitting there, and lizards come and sit on it, geckos. We also think that this can be used for somebody to do a rock climbing activity, which our people will do. In terms of lodges, we do have a profile of parks where you can put up high-end lodges. That table keeps changing. Maybe as we speak, one will be taken, and then when we meet, we can direct you to another opportunity. But we have profiled a number of opportunities that we keep advertising. If you come and say, you told me today 23rd, number 2, there is an eco lodge in Katwe in Queen Elizabeth National Park. If somebody moves faster than you, then I'll direct you another site. But the opportunities are profiled and are ready for investment as per that chart. Right. For us to invest, it's not a very long process. There is Uganda Investment Authority, like the Burundi Investment, Authority that had an investment code. The investment code for Uganda is under Uganda Investment Authority. The beauty is we are working out an understanding with them, and for some investment to be speeded up we will pass them through investment authority. So there is no problem. But Uganda Wildlife Authority looks at the management of investment so that it's sustainable, it doesn't affect the park systems. So it will take a little bit of a process, and we don't want to compromise. So depending on what you want to invest, we'll give you certain guidelines. Don't do this, do this. You must do an environmental impact assessment, and it must be suitable. But we have two codes, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, and we'll also combine with the Investment Authority, so that whatever you decide to come is fitting in the general management plan, because each of these areas are planned. You cannot say, I want to invest into a breeding area where animals breed from. We'll tell you this is a tourism zone, so keep to that zone. We'll also advertise those opportunities. And then we'll evaluate you using the best method and fair method of evaluation, following the procurement process that the country has. And then we'll negotiate and sign a contract with you, which is usually 15 years initially, but it can be extended to a second term. That means 30 years. There are people who have come and say, I'm a very big investor, give me 20 years, and we say it's okay. Then we renew it for 15 years. So roughly, if you work well, 30 to 35 years is okay for you to recover your investment. Yes, we give you an investment. Of course, we ensure that you follow the contract terms, especially environmental ones. The issue of negotiation of what you pay to us, that we can negotiate. But if you can satisfy the investment through conservation mitigation rules, that one you're a good investor. Okay. This is the contact for running your investment. You write to Executive Director, Uganda Wildlife Authority. That proposal will end up in my hands. But he's the accounting officer, so all direction on investment will go through those ones. We do have other incentives that I wanted to mention that we give. Uganda Investment Authority gives incentives for investment in the tourism sector. For example, materials and equipment for tourism facilities are tax exempt. For example, vehicles that come for tourism, and you brand them and you confirm that these are coming for vehicles, tourism vehicles are tax exempt. Also, we have feasibilities. If you're doing feasibilities and you're doing studies for evaluation of prospecting for you to invest, all those will be tax exempt. And if there are any clarification you want on what does Uganda Investment Authority offer, please get in touch. I have some business cards here we'll give you, because then there's a full page on our investment code that we can give you and share with you. I had an opportunity, I heard of the convention center from my colleague. We do not have one big one yet. I think I appreciate the one in Rwanda. It looks nice. I think Kenya has one, but we're also looking to develop a big convention center if we can find a partner that can actually fund and even help us to develop. There is an opportunity to do that. Across board, in products, services, both tourism, lodges, and others, we are looking for investors so that our region can also grow and offer competitive service like any other region. You are all welcome, and I thank you for listening to me.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Thank you. I think you've heard of the opportunities, and I've even gone ahead and profiled some of those opportunities. He had highlighted some of the profiles that Uganda is putting up for investment. I would like to now invite the Republic of Rwanda. Okay, Republic of South Sudan, are you ready? Yes, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm going to present our opportunities for investment so that you will have a say. You say, I'm going to invest in this one. Not only just to see and you leave it. You have to come to South Sudan. So I'm waiting for the presentation. I think I jumped. Can you come and support me? Because I think I jumped from this one. Outside, huh?
Yes, for it to work, you put it in the back.
Oh, that side, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, it's not. Doesn't work.
Can you send it to you?
It's not working.
It's on PowerPoint, but it's not working.
It's not working.
Right, working on it.
presentation from the Republic of South Sudan on the Investment Forum, Second East African Regional Tourism Expo, 22 to 30 of September 2022 in Bujumbura, Burundi. We are presenting business opportunities for investment and economic development in South Sudan. Geographical location of the Republic of South Sudan. Sorry, we did not put them up because there is a lot of development. We're supposed to modify our map, but the neighboring countries is listed here. South Sudan is one of the landlocked countries. It's found in East Africa Community. It's member of East Africa Community, is included in the classification of less developed countries and achieved its independence on 9th of July 2011. It borders six countries. Ethiopia to the east, Kenya to the southeast, Uganda to the south, the Democratic Republic of Congo to the southwest, the Central African Republic to the west, and Sudan to the north. The total area approximately is 6,400,000 square kilometers. It marks the size almost of the French. This is according to the diagnostic study integrated in South Sudan. So it is the 133 member state in the national states, and 54 member of the African Union. It has been referred to as the world's newest investment destination. And also it is known by the land of great abundance. Capital city for South Sudan is Juba. And Juba has 10 states and 3 administrative areas. And the official language is English, and then we have local languages, which is more than 64 local languages, we call national languages. And Arabic is the local language. It is spoken by all South Sudanese in different areas, both in the rural areas and the towns. And then our currency is South Sudan pounds. Population, it was estimated in 28 as 8.3 million. That is census long ago, which is about 10 years ago. But now it has been estimated to be 12 million, which is likely to reach up to 25 million in 2030. The economic status. Economically, South Sudan is among the world's poorest countries. Although the country is rich in urban land and mineral resources, the economy is excessively dependent on crude oil. Almost our export, which is 90% of export, is depending on crude oil in South Sudan, even though we have a lot of resources in South Sudan. South Sudan, poverty, it is because of the recurrent conflict in South Sudan. Otherwise, South Sudan is one of the richest countries in the world. Only because of the repeated wars in South Sudan that made us to be poor. But everything is available in South Sudan. This one is starting, okay. Economic potential. Abundant land, water, and massive unmet local and regional demand creates opportunity for viable economic development in South Sudan in all areas of agriculture, forestry, tourism, and fisheries. We have all types of investment in South Sudan opportunities. If you come and invest, you can see the following slides. Water resources. The River Nile is the longest river in the world. Someone was saying that the River Nile is the second longest river in the world. But what I know since I was young, the River Nile is the longest river in the world with the fresh water. I think maybe we need to correct that information. And the river crosses from the beginning of the country to the end, from south to the north. That gives us an opportunity for investment in hydropower in South Sudan. The largest wetlands in the world also is found in South Sudan. As you can see from the different pictures, it's taken from different areas along the river, even within the state in South Sudan. South Sudan white freshwater covering provide a great potential for the generation of hydroelectronic power, which is key for the development and expansion of industries. This is an area also for investment. The water that we have in South Sudan, it is opportunity for investment for hydropowers. As you know, you cannot have an industry without power. You cannot have industry without water. And all those one is in South Sudan. That means it's a potential area for business. Agricultural potential. South Sudan has a vast virgin agricultural land. We have fertile land in South Sudan. And some of agricultural products include, but not limited to, hibiscus. And then we have cereal, different of them. And then we have varieties of beans, cowpeas, and etc. And fruit also, mangoes, guavas, bananas, pineapples, all we have in South Sudan. And vegetables also, and hot pepper, it is found in South Sudan. We have also different type of trees in South Sudan, which you can see in the coming slides. This is agricultural potential. We can see this is just few of the products we have in South Sudan. We have sunflower, as we know. One of the clean oil is made out of seeds of sunflower. And then we have chili, which is hot pepper on the other side. And we have bananas, we have pineapple, and we have mangoes. And then we have also I think that guava, not sure about it. The opportunities that we need here for fruit and vegetables, we need processing and value chain. We need marketing. We need to market our opportunities of investment all over the world. And also we need packaging and we need branding. And all these areas, we need people to come and coach South Sudan, mentoring South Sudanese, because we know that the neighboring countries, you have already gone ahead of us. So we need also the technical know-how from you. That is an area for investment too. This is some of the fruits we have, mango and pawpaw. Investment in forestry products. South Sudan is home to diverse number of natural forests and woodland. About 33% of South Sudanese total land is covered by forests, with trees of valuable commercial products, including cabinet grade timber trees such as mahogany, ebony, teak, among others. In addition to natural indigenous tropical fruits, we have fruits called like lalop, which is known desert dead. We call lalop in South Sudan. That also have value. We use as a medicine for diabetes people. Also, we use for diarrhea. It can help. It has a lot of functions. And then we have tamarind, we call ardeb. This one also we use for different purpose, juice, and also for medicines, local medicines. And then this is some of the trees that we have, products of the trees we have in South Sudan, which is very valuable. We have teak, you can see, it's very big, now people are exporting to India. We need also us here as Africans to take from South Sudan and we add value. We don't need to send our products as raw products outside the nation or outside the continent. So this is the investment opportunity. And we have gum arabic at the end there. Gum arabic, it is used for different purposes. We use for Coca-Cola, we use for medicine, we use for gum, and even for eating, to clean the stomach. That one is also vast in South Sudan. And this is some of the products from our trees that is made by our women and used in South Sudan. They have added value to our products. So this is an opportunity. We saw a lot of beautiful artifacts also here in this event. So we like also you to come and invest in such an area with great potential, so that we will go and also compete in the single market of African Continental Free Trade Area. Investment opportunities in tourism. South Sudan has the potential to become a major destination for eco-tourism. Woodland and swamps are well-known habitats for elephants and different types of animals. Also, Boma area that bordering Ethiopia hosts one of the largest migration of mammals in the world. This is some of the animals that we have. This is not all of them. This is only few of the animals you have in South Sudan. So you will come and see more. And then the investment opportunity still in tourism is still continuous and met demand for business. Hotels, we need hotels in Juba and other capital cities of South Sudan. We have 10 states. Each needs also hotel. Yes, we have hotels, but we need like 5-star hotel in South Sudan. Also, we need to have like balloon safari, the one they have mentioned before, so that people also go and see what is in South Sudan. But this one also area for investment. And then cultural tourism, we can see in the coming one. Okay, this is the development opportunities that we have in tourism. Development of infrastructure in protected areas and areas of tourism attraction. Construction of eco-lodges, air strips in protected areas, ranger, ports, and patrol and transit roads. Construction of walking trains, constructing of tourism and hospitality management training facility, construction of wildlife management training facility, construction of 5-star hotel, which I have mentioned before, in Juba and other capital cities of South Sudan, and introduction of balloon safari, I mentioned also, and then construction of observation towers in protected areas, and establishment of wildlife orphanage adjacent to Ministry of Wildlife Conservation and Tourism headquarters in Juba. This is all opportunities for investment in South Sudan. So you can see the great opportunities we have seen from Tanzanian's presentation. You have gone ahead. So you can come also and assist us in developing of these areas, and other investors also are welcome to South Sudan to invest. And also, I saw Ugandans also has done the same. Burundi, thank you so much. This is cultural tourism. South Sudan has more than 64 tribes. Each tribe has a unique culture. So that makes opportunity also for investment in South Sudan. You can come for the leisure. You can get, this is only 4 tribes from South Sudan. That is Latuka tribe, and the other one Denka, and this one Toposa, and also Denka down. This is only 3, not 4, only 3 tribes. Just imagine the other more than 60 tribes. That means we have opportunities for investment in South Sudan. This is some of the handcrafts based on cultural heritage. It's made by our local people in rural areas, which we need maybe value addition that also carries our identities. We need to promote them so that they will also compete in the market, one of 1.2 billion African Continental Free Trade Area. It is made in South Sudan by SMEs, women and youth. Investment opportunities in fisheries. We have more than 100 species of fisheries of fish in South Sudan. That one crossed from south to the north of South Sudan, different species of fish. This fish is just the dried one. The fresh one is not presented here because we have abundance of fish. Now some are dying because of old age, and that is why we are now using the one we can catch just to dry them, but much is there. The one you can see at the left hand, this one is dry by smoke. Also the other one, the two above, dry by smoke. Down, dried by sun. And investment opportunities in livestock. Of course, the fisheries is part of livestock. Here we have also different breeds of cattle in South Sudan. Almost more than 80 or 90% different types of cattle in South Sudan based on different locations in South Sudan. We have the short one, we have the tall one with different horns, short horns, tall horns. Also the horns, as you can see, this one from the northern South Sudan and from Mangala. This is Denka, Nuer. This is how their cows looks like. Sorry, Denka, Nuer, and then Mundari. And then we have other tribes, they have different types of the cattle. We're supposed to present here, but it will take a long time. But if you come to our booths, you can see more of them. It is estimated 11.7 million cows in South Sudan and 12 million goats, 12 million sheep. Those are all potential opportunities for investment in development of leather and milk, canning industry, dairy, meat processing, hide and skins, value chain, and then slaughterhouses, and boreholes for water and cold chain facilities. This is all areas for investment. We have a lot of like horns, we're just throwing them out. No one is using them. But when I went to South Africa and to other areas, we found that from horns, we have a lot of products. We have even plates, we have cups, we have necklaces, we have earrings. But the one of South Sudan is just thrown away. So this is an opportunity for investment. And skin, also the same. Our skin, when we're not using even our skin. Skin, after slaughtering, you just throw the skin there. Dogs will eat if they don't want to eat. Also, it will just rotten there. So this is all an opportunity. I also saw in different areas how people use the skin. Skin is very valuable and very expensive. This is an area also for investment. Mining sector. Mining sector is another area also of investment in South Sudan. We have different types of mineral in South Sudan. So we have like cement. We want to have factory of cement in Capoeira. Have to mind that. As we can see, we have different areas. We have in Warab. So this is all areas also for investment. If you need more information, you'll just come to our booth so that you will get more information from line ministries. Yes, comments, questions, and answers, if there is any. Or also I have my colleagues here. If they need to add something, they will come and add from tourism. If anyone has, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to give a small presentation on the aspect of protected areas in South Sudan, in addition to what Dr. Christine has already presented. South Sudan is an area of 644,327 square kilometers. And out of these, we have 13.7% of the landmass is designated for protected areas. These protected areas comprise of national parks, 6 national parks, and 12 game reserves. Our national parks, as Dr. Christine has actually mentioned, have not been developed. And our minister actually also stated that we are actually a young brother and sister to the East African countries. So we have actually just come out of war and we got our independence in 2011. So we are yet to get into development of our protected areas. The infrastructure is almost zero. And in terms of establishment of protected area headquarters, roads, or patrol, and for tourists to move around so that they're able to observe animals. We do not have other facilities also like the hot air balloon for observation. We can only observe our wildlife aerially using air, but on the ground, infrastructure is still not there. So, in fact, we are actually rich in wildlife resources, which range from the white-eared cob, which engages in migration all the year around. We have the migration of the white-eared cob. This is the second largest migration in the world, second to the Serengeti Masai Mara ecosystem migration. So we don't only have that one, we have also the Tiang migration, and then the Mangala gazelle. This is a subspecies of Thompson's gazelle. Apart from that, we have the endangered species, which are the big 5. And we also have the chimpanzees, the rare and endangered animals like the chimpanzees in our protected areas, which are nearing the DRC. And we have the bongo also along the protected areas neighboring DRC. So these are actually we need actually a lot of investment in our protected areas so that we can actually benefit and get some revenue out of it. So those areas that Christine has outlined are the areas that we all want some development in, so that we can achieve a lot of benefits out of our resources. Yeah, thank you.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, my colleagues have actually covered most of the things. I only want to add that, as you are aware, the Republic of South Sudan is gifted with a lot of tourism attractions, both natural, cultural tourism, and then as well as the wildlife species, as is spelled there in our pavilion. We have actually outlined the attractions properly. It's worth visiting our room there so that you can acquaint yourself. I just wanted to say, despite all this, in fact, accommodation facilities are still lacking in the Republic of South Sudan in the areas of attractions. It is worth mentioning that in 2005, the bed capacity was less than 100 beds, but at the moment it is over 10,000. In fact, the 10,000 we are talking of is concentrated in the national capital in Juba. But we have 10 states which are really very large. In fact, the accommodation facilities and services are still lacking. These are areas of investment. For instance, from Nimule, where the River Nile entered the Republic of South Sudan from an angle of 90 degrees, passing through Fula, one of the rapids which is very, in fact, well known, as mentioned before. It is possible to, in fact, rafting is possible from Nimule up to Juba. It takes a distance of 3 days. And from Juba to Kosti, you can cruise along the Nile. You're able to observe human activities of different areas and different environments, and so on, even the wildlife species while they are traveling. In fact, we are inviting investors in the field of tourism industry and hotel, which is still behind. In fact, we have very soft investment policies. The government has designed very soft investment opportunities. We give exemptions for materials meant for development. They are not being taxed. This is just what I would like to add, but otherwise my colleagues have covered the whole lot. Thank you very much for listening.
You can see the passion in terms of investment in South Sudan. And actually we are not poor, we are rich, if you look in terms of all the opportunities that you've mentioned. And the challenges that I've mentioned, those are opportunities in terms of infrastructure. So for the investors that are here, hopefully some are here, we invite them to invest in South Sudan. And in the interest of time, I would like to invite a representative from the Republic of Rwanda. Sorry for taking so much of your time, but we have so much in terms of presenting as opportunities that we might even spend a day just highlighting some of these opportunities.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Omar Abineza from the Rwanda Development Board. This is an institution that is charged with fast-tracking the economic development of the country. Tourism is just one such sector, and that's why we are at RDB. I'll try and make our presentation a little bit more general as opposed to focusing only on tourism. So if you like, you could call it a political presentation. There's something I'm supposed to press? Okay. Here. Okay. I'll just give you a little bit of Rwanda at a glance. A population of around 12, almost approximately 13 million. There's a census that is going on right now. The official languages are obviously the local language that literally everyone speaks, and then the official languages English, French, and Swahili. The literacy levels at that percentage. The currency exchange rate is just around there against the dollar. GDP per capita is around 854 US dollars. 10-year growth at 10.1 billion. Sorry. So this is literally our path towards our development and so the targets that we have set for ourselves. But these are some of the things that are that talk about Rwanda or actually mean Rwanda. So we're one of the fastest growing economies in Africa, which is very good. We've highly improved in terms of human development. Generally, the population is youth. I know this is because of the atrocities that happened 28 years ago. Low risk in terms of investment, so it's the sixth safest country in the world for solo travelers as well. This is for tourism. Debt ratio, we have some of the lowest. We have quite a stable currency. We are advancing as well. So it's a very business-friendly country. Second for doing business in Africa. I think Burundi now, you get your business registration certificate in 1 day. That's very tremendous. That's very good. Rwanda is just about there. Sometimes 6 hours. You can also do it online. So all those kind of things sort of encourage people to do their business really quickly. We are a very transparent country in terms of transparency. We have very good internet connectivity. We tried to involve gender. We are trying the regional platform to have a strong African hub, potentially highly connected African airline, which is Rwandair, now flying to over 27 destinations. We are doing really well as a destination, especially Kigali, in terms of MICE. I think we are second, number 2 after Cape Town. Growing bilingual, so both French and English. IT ready, we have some of the best coverage in terms of internet connectivity, fiber, fast in ESC for network readiness, 95% coverage. You'll forgive me for trying to speed through all this. Do I have to stand up here for me to be closer? Oh, okay. I know you want to use a light. Rwanda has created an enabling investment environment, business-friendly registration. Second in Africa for doing business and global competitiveness. The business environment, as I've mentioned a little bit earlier, is very conducive. We can talk about the multiple incentives for exporters and priority sectors. We could come back and discuss a little bit more on the priority sectors, but there's a preferential CIT rate of 15% if 50% of production and exported outside EAC for priority sectors. 0% tax if regional headquarters is in Rwanda. This is something that is coming up, and we've seen a lot of headquarters being built or being set up in Rwanda. So it's working towards to the advantage of Rwanda. Accelerated first-year depreciation rate of almost 50%, exemption on capital gains, duty-free imports on machinery and inputs within the ESC, of course. Efficient supported processes like highly digital administration, registering your business in 6 hours. You can register it, from wherever you are. There's acceleration in terms of registering an investment and things like that. And there's also commitment to foreign ownership, no restrictions. If you want to own property, if you want to start businesses or your business, there's no percentage that you have to allocate to a Rwandan. If you're a foreigner, you can own your business. No restrictions on capital flows as well, and then also capital gains exemption on sale or transfers. Some of the sectors incentivized under the new investment code. Financial services beneficiaries, especially holding companies and headquarters fund, like we talked about a little bit earlier. If your headquarters are there, then you're going to enjoy benefits beyond your imagination. Deductions on CIT and exemptions on capital gains as well. Exports, same thing, reduced CITs across 2 bands, almost 30%. Tax deductions, internationalization costs, market research, travel and establishment. Anchor investments, over $50 million investments in priority sectors. You'll have tax holidays and CIT discounts, quotas if they're based in the country. Innovation and talent, visas for entrepreneurs and startups, easy to get and quickly as well. As a country, we pride ourselves on delivering at a very, very high rate. So this has really sort of given people a lot of confidence. We sort of tend to say we are a proof of concept country. So we try to put things in place and then try to ensure that they work. So visa for digital nomads, this is also one of the things that we are also trying to work on, even in terms of tourism itself. We're trying to create an infrastructure that involves all government parastatals to allow for digital nomads. This is a very, very huge market. We are trying to ensure that we can tap into it. These things also, these studies came up, usually with COVID, when people had time to sit and rethink how they strategize tourism and marketing. So digital nomads was one of those. Visas for students in select universities. There's a couple of international universities, that are in the country that tend to attract international students. So some of those students coming to study, the visas are easily gotten and quickly as well. Seed Innovation Fund. There's a lot of fund available in Rwanda. Deductions for product development and angle investments. We're also working on developing our film industry. This is not only just in terms of film and everything, but also in terms of tourism as well, because videos speak to people a lot, especially when you're trying to share experiential videos. I've seen a couple of videos here. East Africa is truly endowed, but there's with the fact there's someone that has experienced something. So with the development of film, it tries to put us in a space whereby we're able to do such kinds of things. We promote the destination as a place for film and things like that. So there's tax incentives for locals and international film productions. There's defined eligibility requirements, obviously, like the spend, production budget, and the duration that for example, you want to shoot. For example, if you're a very well-known company, if you want to shoot in Rwanda, maybe, for example, a documentary on gorillas, I think it's $15,000 a day to shoot for that. But if it's a well-documented company that can add value to the locals, to the country, discussions are usually held to that effect. Specialized innovation parks, incentives to lower constructions, import duties, obviously, VAT, property, and VAT discounts, as initially alluded to. The key investment drivers for Rwanda. Rwanda is committed to the Pan-African integration and plays an active role on key regional and global initiatives. Active service at the regional and international levels. I think most of the EAC countries, if not all of them, have signed the Continental Act. This is something very fundamental in terms of growing trade within EAC and also across the region. I think we'll not go so much into it, but this is a couple of things that sort of put Rwanda in a good place, or in a good eye to try and attract investments. In addition, Rwanda has access to African and global markets through robust free trade agreements. This is an advantage, for being in a bloc like the East African bloc. It gives you, I think, all my colleagues that came before me tried to mention the fact that, if you add Congo, we have how much? 300, 400 million people, 1.3 billion markets because of the Africa Continental Free Trade agreement. So by being in EAC, it just gives an opportunity to Rwanda to be, a source for a very huge market. As you can see our position here, we are able to tap into different neighboring countries, and all these countries have quite a huge population. Uganda, approximately 43 million people, 22 within close proximity, Burundi, Tanzania, and now the DRC. So it goes back to the other fact that you can have all this quite a number of a big huge market. For example, if for example now the Volkswagen that has an assembling plant in Rwanda, they are able to sell cars and distribute them to all the East African countries needed. Rwandea also, I think if some of you have walked by our stand, I think people are calling our stand Rwandea because they're seeing the airline there. But you cannot move, you cannot grow as an economy without a lot of investment into coming into your destination. So Rwandea is also doing its shift in the growth of the economy. Each and every day, different routes are opened and achieved, and it eases decisions for people to come to the country, be it for mines, but also for investment. What you this is a selection of companies that have, invested in Rwanda. You have Visa, in Liver, Radisson, Volkswagen, just to mention but a few, and some banks as well. Quite a huge portfolio for that. We have some hotels as well that, like the one and only. We have Singita, we have Wilderness that have come up with international standardized accommodations in different parts of the country. All these are incentivized, and also their investment is accelerated in order to try and ensure that investment in the country comes in really quickly, or people have enough information. The investment department at the Rwanda Development Board has really been increased. I think it's one of the departments in the institution that has very many employees that are really focused on different stages of investment. If it's a first-time investment, if it's first-time visits, there is a team that will take you around. There's a team that will give you incentives. There's a team that will help you do registration. The team that will fast-track, because usually registering a business and registering an investment are two different things. So they sort of tend to have different priorities and different procedures. But we've tried to put an acceleration. And then also key to that as well is once people have already invested their money, sometimes people tend to forget about them. But then there's also a department that handles aftercare. It literally does aftercare services. How are they doing? Is there anything else that they need that was not foreseen? So having that value chain, to support investors, new investments, and already people that are already invested in the country is really key to attracting investment and keeping it in the country. I can't seem to go beyond this. Okay, opportunities for partners. Rwanda is a place for innovation. As a young country, young minds, a daring country. We have a daring leadership. We have grown to understand and appreciate that there's no target that we cannot achieve as a country. Obviously, with the help of our sister countries that have been there, that have done it, but we try and get lessons from them. A Pan-African talent pool, growing Pan-African talent pool at the Africa Leadership University. We have progressive and innovative ideas. For example, as you can see, there's a drone there. We have this company called Zipline that delivers blood, for example. They just put it on a zipline, geolocate it, and it goes to the farthest areas. So in one way you're attracting investment, but also another way you're ensuring that the population is well taken care of. Supportive and accessible innovation infrastructure, as long as the investment is good, as long as whatever you're bringing is good for the people and the country. If the infrastructure is not there, believe you me, the infrastructure will be put up as it should be. Rwanda has a track of being a proof of concept, like I mentioned a little bit earlier. Innovators looking to test and launch at a large scale. Volkswagen as an assembling plant for vehicles. Zipline, I just mentioned. These ones have done a tremendous job in assisting our health sector. Irembo is one of those government online platforms. One of the things that this platform has tried to reduce, or has tremendously reduced, is kitu kidogo. I don't know if all of you understand Swahili. When you have to give kitu kidogo for something to skip a step, this Irembo platform has completely taken care of it. For example, if I want a certificate, I just go there, my mobile money is connected and my ID and everything. I can pay for it and that's it, and just show my receipt wherever I have to go. I don't have to go through someone. If you want to book a gorilla permit, if you want to go to a particular park that is handled by government, this is it. Any government service that you need to pay for, you'll pay through this Irembo, and once you have a receipt, your service can literally not be delayed. So this is something that is very, very interesting. I think that we, as East Africa, we need to encourage and have. Ampersand is a mass market electric motorbikes and charging stations. So we are trying to encourage also. This is based literally on trying to conserve the environment, to try and repair the damage that we have done to the climate and things like that. So there's also very huge tax incentives for people that are bringing electric cars in the country. You'll have very many charging stations. So some of you, if you visit Rwanda, or if you were there during Chogam, I think you saw the hybrids and electrical vehicles that were being used for delegates. Intelligent area imaginary for agriculture, health. These are all doing a lot of charities, mainly the use of drone. The use of drone technology is growing all over the world. It's being used for almost literally everything. People now do census. I saw, I think for Sudan, there is 11.9 million cows in South Sudan. So I wonder the amount of time it took to do that. But with these companies, it becomes a little bit easier. Babile, this is a health service as well. You know, Rwanda prides itself in also one of the best health insurance policies as well, whereby at least everyone in the country is covered. So technology or ideas that make things a little bit easier, like these ones, are welcome in Rwanda. Rwanda is also building a world-class innovation hub at the Kigali Innovation City. This is an area already gazetted. It's also one of the things that Rwanda is looking for investment for. It has areas where you can have universities. It has areas demarcated for hotels. It has areas demarcated for shopping malls and arcades and everything. Already universities are running. The Carnegie Mellon University is running. The ALU, the AIMS, and another branch of the University of Rwanda is running. All the other things in terms of real estate as well are up for grabs, and we are proactively looking for investors for it. Some of you probably that might have had a chance to go to Dubai for the Dubai Expo. We had a scale model of this, and this is something that we were trying to present out there for us to have quite a number of investors. Partnership opportunities that lie within the country, especially in KIC real estate, what I've just shown you, the innovation city, we need a strategic sponsor, and ecosystem development as well, promoting Rwanda as an innovative hub. That is why you can see the Africa Leadership Universities. It's a school that has people that are doing coding now. I think during the advent of COVID, if you ever traveled to Rwanda, you saw robots around, telling you to, put your mask on well, keep your distance and things like that. So those are some of the things that are being encouraged in the country, and given rise to a range of investment opportunities across the multiple sectors. As you can see, these are sectors that are of interest for the country. Manufacturing, obviously, as a key one, agriculture, finance. I think yesterday I talked about finance. We're trying to build Rwanda or Kigali into a financial hub. Tourism, obviously, as our key sector that brings in a lot of money. It's usually on top of the agenda. Real housing estate, like we mentioned in the Kigali Innovation City. Infrastructure is a must. We need to have infrastructure for the country, be it for mines, be it for the health sectors, be it for even internet as well, because all these things go hand in hand. Energy and water, renewable energy especially, is really, really encouraging the country. All this is because we're also trying to limit the damage that we have on the climate in general. Knowledge, obviously, we are a young country. We're a country that had to, stay a little bit behind. So knowledge is highly, highly encouraged as an investment sector in the country. So you can easily start your business, like I've mentioned before. You don't need a lot of time. You can do it online. The requirements are not severe. You don't have to pay it kidogo. You can follow it up online. You have your account for opening a business. And in case of any other inquiries, these are the contacts for the investment office. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think you have seen, and for all of this to happen, there's need for investment in education. He has highlighted, and another value proposition is the youthful population that we have, an employable workforce. So I'd like to use that as another value proposition. Okay. I don't believe we have the Republic of Kenya and DRC, but this opportunity cuts across all the EAC partner states. And my role was to provide an overview, but you've helped me in terms of highlighting more than what was required, which is good. So you have highlighted most of it, actually all of it, because it traverses all the sectors. And with regard to real estate, there's a lot of migration in terms of to urban. As it stands now, I think there's 55% of urban migration, and by 2050, the number will be around 65, which calls for investment in real estate in terms of residential and affordable housing that the Republic of Rwanda had mentioned. So there's need for investment. And all the EAC partner states, they are open to investment, and the government is committed to providing a conducive business environment. I would like to invite the MCs for any questions that the audience might have. And again, thank you so much for being with us for the last three hours. That shows the commitment that you have towards investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this moderation, which was really nice work. And there have been some changes in the program. So today you're going to have only this session, as it is, as you see, it's really an important session. So we'll have this session only, and the sessions that were programmed for this afternoon will be combined with tomorrow's presentations. So we'll be going through, all day we'll be having this session only, this investment forum. So now I would like to invite, yes, have a word? So before we're going to continue, so I would like to have those who made the presentations for the countries, can we please have you here? Can we please have you here in front? Take the seats here. Please, I mean, the one who presented for Burundi, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, South Sudan. Yes. Oh, we can have a chair well arranged for you, please. Yes. Have your seats, please. So I think we're going to proceed the same as we did yesterday, which means the panelists have already done their presentations. So for sure you might have questions, contributions, or anything else to add. So we'll proceed by the first series of questions, and so I already have one person who has a question. Anyone who has a question in the audience? Any other person who has a question? Yes. Two. Anyone else? Anyone else? Three. Ah, a lady. That's good. That's good. This side as well. There might be some, huh? Okay. 4, 5. Let's start with these 5 questions as the first series of questions, okay? So we will start by Mr. and then Mr. Thirdly the lady, and 4 and 5. Yes, okay, so may I please? Okay, Anais will be please giving you the microphone. Okay, so before you start, if you have a question, just to if you ask a question and you don't precise to whom it is addressed, please switch off your microphone, please. And you don't precise to whom it is addressed, then the question is addressed to all the panelists. Then all the panelists will have to say something on it. Unless your question is straightly directed to one of the panelists, then you have to precise that you're asking your question to this person or this one. Okay, thank you. You can go ahead.
My name is Rafael Manawisha from EAC Secretariat and the Department of Tourism and Wildlife Management. I have some questions and input, and this will be associated to all who presented. They can put a comment. I start by what the moderator said. He said that unfortunately there are two partner states which are not present, especially Democratic Republic of Congo, who are still setting up until they be they are fully involved. They are fully members since the instrument of ratification have been deposited at the EAC Secretariat. But because of the issue of setting up now in all many meetings, they are not involved, and that's so that when we look at the legal aspect, this is this is an issue because there is an issue of a column. So the column is not if the column is not, the meeting in EAC is not valid, and also the Republic of Kenya, as the moderator said, was not around, and also that is bring an issue of column. And when I take also this opportunity to congratulate our director Jean-Baptiste Avugimana, who is a tough man and he work hard. He's very tired even now. He needs to rest. But it's through us who are supporting us, especially my boss Simon Kiarie. I think he'll be with something to say. On that issue of column, I would suggest, and also you may see, when it comes to Burundi, they hosted as well, and but unfortunately, the head of state, we didn't see him, Major General Ndaishimie, or is that's like the father of this nation, and also when it comes to the other party secretariat, we didn't see Peter Mathuki. Only this delegation we have, it was only technical people from the director up to the program assistant, like I am. So that's also.
Excuse me, sir.
And there is.
Would you please go straight to the question, please?
You know, there is that issue of freedom of speech. If you violate freedom of speech, that's an issue. That's an issue. So that's an issue. So I have the freedom of speech. If I insult someone, I think that may be bad. But I have a team here. We have been doing meetings. They know. These I'm talking. I'm not talking rubbish. Let me apologize. Perhaps the words I used may not please you. So on that, I congratulate also our DSGs who retired. There is a retreat that we made, supported by GIZ, which we appreciate, is like our fathers. But unfortunately, on the side of also GIZ, we don't see one. There is one person who is supporting us so much, who is called Alex Nzitonda. He's not also around. I'm not saying that GIZ is not represented. It's well represented, but also that he misses. Whereas he has been supportful, and he has made a lot of changes and innovation, which is appreciated. Also, so according to that retreat, they told us if there is a challenge, you have to provide also solutions. My solution: when you go somewhere, you don't meet the whom you visit, the father of the house, for instance, here. There are two options. You can wait for him, or you can go back. But as a solution, I would like to ask how they can do perhaps the host, the secretariat, in order to continue this one, to continue this expo until these things are overcome, because these legal issues of column, and also we can get the further of donation. For instance, even at the secretariat, when we reach the secretariat normally, we waive our nationalities. Me as from secretariat, if you say I'm a Tanzanian, it's okay. You say I'm a Kenyan, it's okay. I'm any of those 7 partners says. So because of these regulations, and in relation to that retreat, we will do like Burundi, if they can extend, we continue. This can be considered as a preparatory, because there was an oversight of scarcity of the time was scarce. Because of that time it was very scarce, we can prepare together. And our friends, for instance, Tanzania, Kilfair, they can even assist. And we can see, we meet, and we see where we did bad. And even if there is, for instance, a match, we can prepare a match. This can be considered as a preparatory. And also, second thing, there is image of Burundi. No one can forget that in 2015, there was a tentative of putsch. Since that time, the image of Burundi is not good. But during this, I didn't see, for instance, the issue related to Imbonerakure. Because when you say Imbonerakure, it seems that these are like animals. I don't know how. If I was being told to talk it in Swahili.
Who's going for the second question? I think it's oh, okay. Thank you for the second question.
I will be very straight. I have interest into mining, especially titanium in Burundi. I'm told it's very potential. But 2 things that I want to know. If I want to do that mining, what should I do to have that? I have some investors from South Korea. And the intention is that you mine here, but you export to South Korea. So I needed some guidance. What should I do? And yeah. But the second question on the same.
You still
just a second question. Burundi and Rwanda presentation painted an image that issue of security has been dealt with, and the issues of tourism now is a regional problem. I'm not sure what are we doing to address the regional problem, which is makes us very vulnerable to security, and especially for Rwanda, when you have a wider space for like FDRL in Congo, and sometimes they do some disturbances in the border on the part of Rwanda. Don't you consider that as a threat and makes Rwanda vulnerable to insecurity, state of insecurity?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Yar, I'm from South Sudan. So I had 2 questions, but because of time, I'm just gonna ask one. So Burundi and South Sudan are like on a similar lane because of, in terms of development, economy, and everything else. So I always relate when it comes to Burundi. So my question goes to and first of all, congratulations to the presenters. You did very good presentation. My question goes to the presenter from Rwanda. So I wanted to know what is your main tourist attraction in Rwanda, and to what percentage does it contribute to the economy of Rwanda? Thank you so much.
I think fourth and fifth were, yes.
Okay, thank you, MC. And also thanks a lot to all the presenters and the moderator for the session and the presentations made. They are quite informative and eye-opening, especially to some of the partner states. Number one, I noted the need to really focus on areas where you have comparative advantages, because in tourism, when you try to promote, you find it's like we have, especially transboundary resources. We have partner states, it's like arguing who owns this, and against it like the other. For instance, we have transboundary resources that are very iconic, but we find partner states, it's like this, they argue on that. So I give an example of maize development in Rwanda. It's not transboundary, but they have really come out very strong in that in maize. And Mr. Omar, when he was sharing about how they are doing in respect to maize, that's quite encouraging. So even the other partner states, we can focus in areas where we can outdo the others and develop that. The other one is point of information. Someone talked about the need to focus on transboundary ecosystems in terms of divestment. And we did a study together with the USAID and another organization called Environmental Incentives, whereby we prioritized for transboundary wildlifescapes, and we did economic valuation. Economic valuation included other sectors such as agriculture and tourism. And these are Great East African Plains between the Republic of Kenya, United Republic of Tanzania, stretches from Mara Serengeti, a well-known ecosystem, all the way to Savam Komazi. And we identified even the areas where we have opportunities. And then we have northern savannas. This refers to the area you're talking about, Nimule Kidepo ecosystem, and covering 3 countries. That's South Sudan, Republic of Kenya, and Uganda. And the other one is Albertine Forest, covering Burundi, Rwanda, and Uganda. It's a long stretch. And the final one is Lweru Mugesera Akagera wetland. That covers Burundi, covers Rwanda, and Tanzania. So those areas actually present huge opportunities. And yesterday, when there was a presentation by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, they talked about value chains. If we did a value chain in those areas, they can point out on areas where we can have joint investment. That was for information. The other one is I saw Republic of South Sudan doing a lot of presentations even on agriculture. And someone said tourism is about everything that goes on in life. So it touches on every sector. We need to strengthen the linkages between tourism and other sectors. For instance, agriculture. How can we package things for to be used in tourism sector? The other thing is like furniture. How can we do furniture in a standardized, using standard operating procedures, and then we supply that to hotels? So that's another area that we can work on. And at the regional level, we can assist or support in development of common standard operating procedures, thereby supporting other sectors like handicraft, so that they can gain from tourism. Those are my 3 points, and I submit. Thank you. I'm reminded to introduce myself. My name is Simon Kerry, the Principal Tourism Officer at the EAC Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Elsa Muturiahabwe, Senior Energy Officer at EAC Secretariat. Mine is not a question. I only stand here to compliment the presenters. First, I would like to thank you for the resourceful presentations, all of you. I would like to compliment on the opportunities in terms of investment. And if you accept and do that, you will have actually helped us as energy. First, in the protected areas, there are opportunities for business investment in renewable energy, majorly like solar systems for lighting in camps and so forth. 2, energy efficiency in clean cooking, in the establishments within the protected areas. Then outside the protected areas, even if you go to the big hotels, there are opportunities in investment in energy efficiency. If you look at even the big hotels, if you were to audit to find out the costs in terms of energy, you would find that energy contributes a big percentage of their expenditure. So, moderator, that's what I wanted to say. I'm not taking you to a long way because energy, you know, is a driver. Even to come here, you have to fly, and you have to use some some fuel to come here. Asante sana.
Thank you so much for all the questions as well. But before the panelists start to answer the questions, Mr. John Baptiste had something to say before.
Thank you very much to all the presenters and all those who contributed. A very good thumb up for you for the very useful and insightful presentations that you have given to us. They were very good, excellent, insightful. I think the opportunities are there. Let me not repeat what the moderator said. And we need to grab them. And you have shown us the areas where we can go. I'm not responding to questions. I just want to respond to one that was targeted to ESC, I think, not me personally. This is an event of the regional economic community, and we value everyone that who is participating in this event. When you have delegates from all the 7 partner states here present, it means the event is, the regional nature of the event is there. And this is something we will keep cherishing because we have to make sure that it is inclusive and everyone is part of whatever is happening in the region. So feel free to ask your questions, respond to your questions. And the first one, I think I have responded to it. We are here together. We are still having the strength for the region to ensure that anything that we are ought to do, we do it as desired. Thank you very much.
I think now panelists are going to start to answer the questions. So we'll go from here and then end up this way. But I think the first questions, the gentleman left, I think. It was directed to...
That's the one I just responded to.
Oh, you just respond to it. Okay, then. I think we'll start by here then.
Thank you very much. I think no specific question was asked to me, but I'll talk about energy and how we can manage energy development and infrastructure development and also manage the ecosystems for tourism. I want to share an example in Uganda where most of the oil developments are in the protected areas. Obviously, energy development and that related infrastructure is good for the economic development. And initially, of course, we had hesitation in agreeing that we can develop and get oil while we still maintain the protected areas. But we went back to school, we went to areas where this is done properly in West Africa and in Canada, and we discussed with the authorities responsible for oil development that showed us that there is a technology you can use and processes that you can adapt in order to manage these two processes. So the first phase of oil development and exploration has happened, and it did discover there is oil, and there is a project plan to enable this to be developed and used, and we are part of the process. So sometimes from the face of it you can stop and think things are not possible, but when you review and you use the right learnings, you can do. So we're actually going to mine oil, This has not fundamentally affected tourism in the national parks. One of the national parks I'm talking about is called Maxwell Falls National Park, that is highly visited. Tour operators thought, oh yeah, this park is gone. But I must tell you that the worst thing that hit us is COVID, not oil development. Why? Because we kept updating them, telling them what we're doing and how, as an authority of science in management of wildlife, is going to protect wildlife. As I speak, the oil is being developed and the people have accepted, because we cordoned off areas for oil development, we took off some trucks, and we reduced the impact. Most of the activities, especially accommodation, are outside, and the companies we're dealing with are those that already embrace conservation as one of their pillars. So we have managed, and I agree that we can manage. Linkages of other sectors in tourism, I think this is obvious. Yes, agriculture very closely related to tourism. We have agriculture tourism, and people are keen to come off their normal, natural tourism experience to come and see the way of life, how we farm, how we dig, how we cook food, how we preserve it. It's also part of the additional experience, so additional opportunity for us to do tourism by linking both the agriculture, fishing, and all, and including forestry. Forestry was supposed to be initially an area that's no go, don't cut forest, don't use it. But right now, forestry management allows people to manage sustainably by cutting off old trees and regenerate new ones. And they have also started working with tourism to make sure they make ecologies and having access to some of their area through nature walks and so on. So really, true to what you have said, all these sectors can benefit from well-managed but integrated planning for tourism development. I think lastly, the oil development. As oil has developed, we are developing knowledge and science and history. Sooner or later, you'll have a museum and people will want to come and see how did we manage oil. So we're not losing that history of information of development. It is available for people who want, not right now when we are developing, but after the history and how oil was developed in Uganda. There will be a museum and people can come and see through planned visits. I thank you.
Thank you. I think there was no specific question directed to EC, but I was just to comment what the director had highlighted. Indeed, it's a regional event. And the presence of two directors. Yes, we might not have the secretary who is attending equally important engagements, but we have two directors who are here, which shows the significance of this event. And the SEC is actually attending another event with regard to investment attraction, so which is in America, attending an EAC Trade and Investment conference. And the purpose of that is, again, attracting investment. So the significance of this event is highly important. And we have presence of two directors, and I think the director has already presented. The other is not a question, but rather a comment, which is focusing on comparative advantages. Yes, indeed. As you have seen, most of these opportunity cuts across, but we have different comparative advantages. So we need to take advantage of that to build competitive advantage over time. And the other area is building regional value chains, taking advantage of those comparative advantages. I think there's an opportunity with regard to energy. Thank you, Elson, for highlighting the opportunities in renewable energy, solar, and even hydropower. I think you have seen, I think we are in Burundi now, we're using a generator. So there is a potential for investment into energy. I think those are the ones that I have for now. And with regard to the procedures, we have an EAC online investment guide, and this provides procedures for investing in all the EAC partners. So I invite the members to look into that information. It's on the EAC website. And then the issue of security. Indeed, there's need for regional cooperation. And at the regional level, I think there's a process that is being engineered by Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta with regard to Eastern DRC. But my colleague from Rwanda will substantiate with regard to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, for the case of South Sudan, there is no specific question, but I can highlight in some areas. We have, let me just take from the last speaker, the area of power. As from my presentation, we need really investment in the area of power, the hydro or power, because as you can see, we have the river crossing South Sudan on, and it is a shame for us to not have power in South Sudan while we have source for power. So I can say that thank you. Whoever wants to invest in the area of power, you are welcome to South Sudan. And also the issue of linkage. Yes. As we have mentioned before also in my presentation, I have mentioned that culture is part of tourism. Agriculture, food is culture. Each food represents different culture. The diversity we have in our nations, I believe, like in South Sudan, each one has a specific indigenous food from a specific type of agricultural products. That is the link between the two. And also, I can say, yes, it is really important to emphasize on what he has mentioned before, the issue of furnitures. Yes, we need to decorate our places. And as I have presented, we have woods in South Sudan, we have hardwoods in South Sudan, and we have ebony. Ebony is known as the black gold, which is rare to find, but it's in South Sudan plenty. We'll have handcrafts from ebony that will not only add value to our crafts, but value to our materials that we have in Africa. Because ebony is around different areas in Africa, but I mentioned that it's unique in South Sudan. This is some of the areas that we can connect with tourism. Thank you.
Since I brought the microphone, I'll go first. Is that okay? Thank you. Ladies first.
Thank you very much. Thank you for consideration. Well, there was no specific question that was directed to my presentation or Tanzania, but I would like to comment on the comments that have been put by the people who asked questions. To start with the question made from Simon, he talked about the cooperative advantages between the countries. Yeah, in Tanzania we are taking advantage of that. We have collaborations with the transboundary national parks in terms of conservation of natural resources between Masai Mara and Serengeti, Tsavo and Mkomazi National Park, the national parks that are bordering Kenya. But we also have an advantage of this collaborative advantage with Rwanda in Burigi, Chato National Park with Akagera. These two national parks border each other, so there's that opportunity that we can take advantage to ensure we do close conservation of these areas in terms of the natural resources, which are the tourism attractions. So apart from that, we see also another advantage of working together. For example, in Kenya and Tanzania, we are collaborating very well in terms of tourism, in selling the destinations that are bordering. But we see a huge potential of also collaborating with Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda, that tripartite collaboration, because we have three national parks that are bordering these countries. We have Ibanda Kyerwa, we have Rumanyika Karagwe, those are bordering in the Uganda and Rwanda side, and also the Burigi Chato. So we can see now how we can establish the circuit in these three countries, like the way it is in the northern circuit in Tanzania with Kenya. So there is that collaboration. But also on the side of linkages, in Tanzania, we do ensure that we enhance linkages in the tourism industry. We know tourism industry is a cross-cutting industry, and if you are not careful, it will create a lot of leakages in terms of economy, which is not good to the economy. So Tanzania has frameworks that encourages linkages, like encouraging use of local goods and produce in the tourism industry. From the construction stage, where the investors come to the country, we encourage them to use the local available materials, and also during operation we are also encouraging use of local produce, and we have ways of initiatives of educating the locals to produce good and quality products that are supplied in the tourism industry, so that the cake of tourism goes down to the poor. So that is well practiced in Tanzania, and we encourage other partner states who are developing in tourism to come and learn. We have a lot of experiences to share to make sure the tourism cake remains to the locals and doesn't go away from the country. And in terms of energy, we are encouraging investors to use alternative energy. We know tourism uses a lot of energy. So we are encouraging investors to use solar energy and gas in providing, for example, energy for cooking. They are using gas in the national park. We don't allow people to use firewood, because we believe in the national parks, the fire or trees are habitats for other small organisms. So we discourage the use of firewood in the national park. We only allow people to use gas in cooking, solar in heating up water, and lighting. So those are the kinds of energy that we encourage in national park. Yeah, thank you for the all contributions.
Thank you for your comments. You also bring comments in French. I would like to ask the technical to make translation. Merci beaucoup. Moi aussi, je commencerai par le domaine de l'énergie. Comme vous l'avez constaté aussi durant le moment que vous venez de passer à Bujumbura, c'est que le Burundi a un déficit énergétique considérable, ce qui plutôt constitue un avantage, si du moins une opportunité d'investissement à saisir. L'on peut investir dans l'énergie solaire, dans l'énergie hydroélectrique, dans l'énergie éolienne également. Et ce sont des investissements qui peuvent aussi être réalisés en partenariat public et privé. Et toujours dans le domaine de l'énergie, il y a lieu de vous informer que le gouvernement est en train de s'investir pour aussi améliorer le potentiel énergétique. Il y a un barrage hydroélectrique qui vient d'être ouvert, et d'autres barrages sont en cours de construction, mais c'est de loin à satisfaire la demande en énergie au niveau du pays. Quelqu'un a demandé ce qui peut être réalisé dans le domaine des minerais ici au Burundi. Le Burundi regorge de plusieurs minéraux. Il y a le nickel, il y a le cobalt, il y a l'or. mais les modalités peuvent être précisées en approchant le ministère en charge de l'énergie et des mines. Mais je vous informerai qu'il y a même une entreprise qui vient de commencer son investissement dans le domaine de la production des marbres, puisqu'il a constaté que le Burundi dispose de pierres en abondance qui peuvent donner de très bons marbres. Mais là aussi, c'est pas suffisant. D'autres investisseurs peuvent se lancer et le Burundi n'a pas vraiment une concurrence remarquable et la main-d'œuvre est moins chère. Aussi, dans ce domaine des minéraux, c'est que le Burundi dispose d'une seule cimenterie. Et si vous suivrez du jour au jour, vous entendrez que le sucre, le ciment, les produits pétroliers sont vraiment très très rares au Burundi, ce qui signifie que si quelqu'un pourrait être intéressé à investir dans ce domaine des minéraux, surtout la cimenterie, il serait la bienvenue. Une question sur la sécurité a été évoquée. C'est vrai qu'en l'absence de la sécurité, on ne peut pas attirer les investisseurs, puisqu'ils doivent craindre de la sécurité dans les investissements, c'est normal. Mais ce qui est encourageant, c'est que, comme mon collègue l'a signalé, il y a une initiative des chefs de l'État de la région pour conjuguer les efforts en vue de stabiliser, en vue d'essayer de lutter contre les forces négatives qui se font remarquer dans la région. Et je crois qu'il serait intéressant de se joindre à cette initiative et d'encourager cette initiative afin que notre région puisse être stable. Et c'est cela qui pourrait aussi encourager les investisseurs et sécuriser l'investissement. Quelqu'un aussi a évoqué une question de synergie pour les investissements qui pourraient intéresser des pays qui partagent les mêmes opportunités, notamment la région qui s'étend sur le Burundi, le Rwanda et d'autres pays. C'est une très bonne question. Et peut-être, j'estime que les participants ici présents pourraient initier une sorte de mémorandum d'entente entre les personnes concernées afin qu'ils puissent explorer ensemble les modalités de mise en œuvre des investissements réalisables sur cette zone. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I think there was a question, one was related to security issues, especially in the boundaries, and it's ironic how what is supposed to be an attraction or a natural given, beauty, a destination that we're supposed to be reaping profits out of has become a habitat or an Achilles heel for the country. But I believe matters of security are very, very delicate, but also more important to that is that they require intricate procedures that I'm not privy to, or procedures that I wouldn't fully understand. But from what we can all see is that you can see that wherever there is an insecurity, whenever there is an instability, the government itself has tried to mitigate it, has tried to work with neighboring countries as well to try and alleviate these problems, because they're not only for one country but also for the other. But critical to that is that once you are in the country, in Rwanda, you are literally in one of the safest places in the world. It's not a fact that needs to be researched about or searched about. Rwanda is a very very, very safe destination. I think one of the things I presented here was also, even for just solo travelers, Rwanda is a very safe country. So this goes to tell you that the security of Rwandans and people in Rwanda and their property is first on agenda, but then also regional security is a key aspect. But this will take a little bit more power, more people, and a little bit more devotion to try and alleviate all these completely. I think on that I could just leave it there. I think my sister from South Sudan asked me about Rwanda attractions. I didn't want to start with the attractions, and I think I was thinking about eating. I was a little bit hungry, so I wanted to cut it short. But hopefully, maybe the MCs will give us an opportunity to like 10 minutes to take a presentation through on Rwanda attractions. But we are unique in our own way. Yesterday, Eddie from Uganda said he always thought Rwanda was a country of 1,000 hills, but then when he was flying over Burundi, he realized that Burundi is a country of 10,000 hills. So we are also a hilly country, very small. Mountain gorillas is our #1 revenue juggernaut. It brings in a lot of money. But also we have other attractions like the Nyungwe. I think Uganda is trying to support up a canopy walkway. It's an investment opportunity. Yes, you could come to Rwanda, and then we could discuss with the probably contacts of the Canadian people that set up the canopy walkway, and then obviously put up a better one. That would be the objective. So Nyungwe National, we have a couple of national parks. Because we're a small country, I think we only have four national parks, but each of these national parks have a diverse product offering. For example, the Volcanoes National Park, we maybe also to divert a little bit on the Volcanoes National Park, I would like to touch on the transboundary issue that Simon raised a little bit earlier on, whereby probably countries maybe share an attraction and it doesn't seem fair on how one country uses it as compared to the other. Maybe the partnerships that are between Uganda, Rwanda, and the DRC are majorly determined by the agreement that they have on the conservation of mountain gorillas. So, for example, mountain gorillas, if a family moves from Uganda into Rwanda, and that family is visited, there is a percentage that is shared, and also vice versa. So this can lay basis for some of those other attractions, and those other areas whereby there's a little bit of not so good blood. I won't say that, but a little bit of a strain in terms of relationship. I think that is one way to go. I think it has been done. It can be done as long as people sit on the table and discuss something that benefits first and foremost the population around those attractions, and then the country in general. Going back to the attractions, we have also the Akagera National Park, where you can find the big five, the lions, the elephants, and everything. Very vast park. This is the one that people mostly do the game drive. You can do this in Serengeti, you can do this in Nairobi, you can do this in Queen Elizabeth, and also in Rwanda. And at the Nyungwe National Park, this is where you'll find the chimpanzees, the canopy walkway, and the diverse. If your interest is so much in fauna and flora, Nyungwe is your place for you. And maybe to throw in a little bit of controversy myself as well, Nyungwe has the farthest source of the Nile. Those are also some of the things that I think the ESC will have to fund a little bit of research and lay to rest such matters. I think it's one of those things that keeps coming up, and it doesn't hurt much, but it's one of those things. Because of also our conservation efforts, we've managed to recently officially open a gazetted national park, the Shwati National Park. This also has chimpanzees there. We managed to try and what do they call it? If you're going to transfer a wild animal from one park to another, translocation, I think the chimpanzees have been translocated there as well, so you can visit that national park. It is a small national park. Because of conservation efforts, it's very, very limited in terms of numbers of people that can access it per day. because generally Rwanda has chosen to focus more on conservation. This is just for the future generation, not for any other purpose, but to ensure to conserve the sustainability of this. And then besides that, obviously culture. Culture is one thing that you will sell. Culture is everywhere. We have diverse culture even within ourselves. For example, South Sudan has over 64 tribes. So those are 64 kinds of culture that you can exhibit. So Rwanda itself, much as we tend to speak the same language, but we have different cultures as you go different places. Also the city in itself and a couple of other things. Once we get the opportunity, probably tomorrow when we presenting, I think, attractions in East Africa, we'll have the opportunity to show you a little bit of Rwanda. I think that's just about it. That was directed at me. Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you to the panelists who have just answered the question posed by the participants. I think we can have another set of questions. Mr. Jean-Baptiste. It's okay? Yes, another set of questions. Any questions? Any other questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is John Scholl. I'm from South Sudan. The question I would like to ask is going general to East Africa. What is the platform where technologies that has been already tailored in one country can be transferred to other country easily? Should we just follow the platform of East Africa, or can a country and a country have a way to approach it one-on-one rather than just coming through East Africa? Because I can see Rwanda is having a lot of technological innovative services. Is South Sudan just a country that can find another way to get to Rwanda and find how to link that up? Or can East Africa platform be the benchmark where it can be obtained? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm called Morris Tayebwa from the ESC Social Sectors Directorate. I'm reading the theme, Rethinking Tourism for Socio-Economic Development, and wondering, do you have any new ways you're defining tourism? For example, investment. For example, if I have my 5,000 US dollars, can I invest in a country in ESC and I'm an East African? Can I invest, am I regarded as an investor, or I'm still lumped within that definition of an investor, which most of us may not fit in? So can I be given special treatment to invest in another partner state if I'm from an ESC partner state? And I say that in terms of, I know tomorrow we'll talk about it, about youth engagement. The monies that are usually required, the processes that one has to go through may derail or even discourage some people from investing in tourism. So does any of the agencies that have presented, any of the partner states that have presented, do they have special packages, especially for the small time investors? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
My name is Juvenal Ndimulirko. I'm the Director of Finance of the East African Community. I'm delighted to be in this East African Tourism Expo, and I thank all those who made it to this Expo, because tourism is one of the key engines of economic development. We thank the presenters who have given important information about promoting tourism, but also investment in the region. And what I just want to contribute in this meeting is that we as the East Africans, we need to use the opportunities provided by the regional integration framework to enjoy all of these tourism attractions that are available in the region. When you go to some other Western countries, you find that what people are going to see are probably buildings, museums, or just skyscrapers. But for us as East Africa, what we are showing to the world and to the region are blessings from God, the natural resources, the natural beauty of our countries. And as East Africans, we have an opportunity to move freely in the region, and when someone from one country goes to the other country, which is a member of the East African community, you are going to be treated as a national. If the entrance fee to a national park for the citizens is, say, 5,000 shilling, even someone from another country from the East African community going to that country enjoys the same rate as a national or as a citizen. Yet, sometimes we as East Africans, we don't really put tourism as part of our annual calendar. So given the facility which is available, that you are treated as a national as long as you are moving freely in these 7 partner states, we need to use that opportunity, and that will also boost our economies, because we will know our region better and we will promote tourism ourselves before we call foreigners to come to look at our natural beauty in this region, the beauty which has been granted by God. You need to, as a Burundian, you need to know all the tourism attractions which are available in Burundi. You need to know the tourism attractions which are available in Tanzania, in Rwanda, in Kenya, in Uganda, in the Republic of South Sudan, in the DRC. And after that, you can also think about going outside. But you need to know what is available in the region, and we try also to spend within the region and enjoy the facility of being treated as a national when we are in the 7 partner states. Then, as we promote investment in the region, we also need to know that the existing protocols, the existing the customs union protocol, the common market protocol, the monetary union protocol, all those, they are there to promote regional integration. And by doing that, you will find that if you are an East African and you are going to invest in the East African countries, you will find some facilities which are not available to those who are from outside the region. The fact that you have this free movement of persons and the capital within the region. The fact that when you are importing from or exporting to a partner state, you are exporting or importing free of duties. That will also boost the investment in the region, and as East Africans, we need to take advantage of that and boost investments both in the tourism sector, but all other sectors that are key for economic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Juvenal. He's Director of Finance at East African Community Secretariat. I'm now taking back the microphone to myself so that we try to, to wind up, because not continue sitting in between your lunch and ourselves, because there is a very delicious lunch that has been prepared for us there. And as we respond to questions, as we give feedback, please, panelists, let us be short. And I am here to announce that we are here with the permanent secretary of the Ministry of East African Affairs under the President of the office. He's here to close the event for us. So please let us give him time so that he can close in beauty, and we go for our lunch. Thank you very much.
Can I go? I'll touch on the question that was asked about an investment of about 5,000 US dollars. For Rwanda specifically, 10,000 US dollars is the minimum threshold for one to qualify as an investor. Not that to dismiss the amount of money that you would probably have, or any other person would have to start a business, but an investor has a lot of other things that they might have to do for them to qualify as investors. However, investments that are of such nature, small but very, very innovative. For example, in Rwanda, in partnership with MasterCard, there's a program focusing on youth development, most especially. I think we have things like Hanga Hazaza. Hanga Hazaza means, to create something for tomorrow. So very many people have been funded. Very beautiful ideas have grown and matured. There's very many success stories in Rwanda through that. So worry not with your 5,000. If your idea is novel, very good, relevant to the people, has the potential to employ very many people in the future, you will be funded by different funding organizations in a different sector. Also, I think a question from South Sudan that was talking about resources or the things that other countries in the member states that have been able to achieve. How can they be transferred from one country to another? Obviously, this can be done through a couple of things that usually must have some sort of importance to both countries or other countries beyond that. For example, let me say you're talking about technology, it's hard for you to develop technology without developing the infrastructure first. Obviously, knowledge sharing is one easy bit to do it. Like I shared a platform here that government uses to try and alleviate middlemen. So things like that are opportunities for us to share, and then we try to learn from them. If, for example, Burundi or South Sudan is interested in something like this, the opportunity is always there to approach the member state and learn about it. And I presume that from learning about such a platform, usually we don't want to have a corruption, zero tolerance to corruption, only in Rwanda, but we want to have it across East Africa and across Africa as well. So how we get to that, how we achieve it, is something that we cannot refuse to share as a country, or to that fact any other member state. As regards to infrastructure, to those things for them to be set up, different East African countries have a lot of offerings. For example, if maybe Sudan in comparison to Kenya, and Tanzania, you're able to get some of these resources and at very affordable rates. I think it was most of the presentations try to show it that you can have these things at a very, very almost zero offer. So South Sudan, as the youngest country, I think, in the world, your elder brothers and elder sisters will hold your hand wherever you need to go. We'll definitely be together. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Moi aussi, je ne vais pas tarder. Et je ne sais pas si vous l'avez déjà constaté, pour le Burundi, je n'avais pas voulu m'attarder beaucoup sur le secteur touristique, puisque j'ai vu que sur le programme, vous aurez un voyage qui vous permettra de voir les grands lieux touristiques du Burundi. Mais peut-être se peut-il que certains d'entre vous ne pourront pas y participer. On pourrait mentionner quelques opportunités d'investissement dans le secteur touristique, en commençant bien sûr par le littoral du lac Tanganyika ici-bas. Ce lac offre plusieurs opportunités d'investissement côté aménagement des lieux de loisirs et par excellence, et aussi le développement du transport maritime. On a mentionné que le lac Tanganyika connecte 3 pays, mais le transport maritime sur ce lac, c'est vraiment moins développé. Le Burundi aussi dispose de plusieurs sources d'eau chaude non aménagées et qui pourraient aussi constituer des opportunités d'investissement et qui attireraient des touristes et qui développeraient le tourisme. D'autres lieux touristiques, vous allez les côtoyer lors de votre voyage touristique au cours de la semaine qui vient. S'agissant du capital minimum d'investissement que l'autre a demandé, bien sûr qu'il y a un capital minimum, mais aussi un seuil pour lequel un investisseur peut prétendre aux avantages fournis par le Code des investissements. Pour ne pas beaucoup tarder, après la séance, on pourra se voir et avoir plus de détails à ce sujet. Merci.
Thank you. I would like to contribute on the investment of $5,000 US. In Tanzania, we have investment threshold, and from the investment opportunities that I've presented earlier today, I don't think if there was an investment worth 5,000. So you can see we are attracting big investors to come to our country to invest, and the minimum threshold for foreign investors is 500,000 US dollar. So below that, you can see the 5,000 is not within. So we are encouraging big investors to come to our countries to invest and create jobs for our people. So I think it's something good that we need a job for our people. So if you encourage 5,000 US dollar investment, that is, I think it's too little. But I think it's food for thought. We will think, because we are now rethinking about tourism. And to contribute on the other questions from the EAC Director of Finance with regards to pay of park fees that is equal to other East African partner states, we really thank and appreciate the EAC. They've pushed, now the East Africans, all East Africans, they pay park fees that are similar to that of Tanzanians. So currently we have seen a lot of tourists coming to Tanzania from Kenya, from Rwanda. They are coming to enjoy the tourism attractions that we have. So we are still welcoming other East African partner states to come and enjoy the attractions at a very, very small cost. It's 10,000 Tanzanian shillings to enter in Serengeti National Park, which is equivalent to $3. But the other non-East Africans, they are paying $70 per day to enter Serengeti National Park. So we can see the power of East African community. They are pushing, and now we are talking of having same entry fee to the East African member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have been talking regional integration, and we think that all the resources within East Africa must be used and marketed as a block. I do appreciate the idea that some of the countries may have more comparative advantage over others, and I'll start by taking my brother from Rwanda to the true source of the Nile in Jinja, so you'll be ready to come with us. But however, it's good if you get visitors and say you take them to the source of the Nile, you can bring them and then carry them through Kisoro, Mbarara, then Jinja. That's okay. We have had friends in Kenya who actually sell mountain gorilla safaris, and that's not a problem. Because when you come, you take them into the city, Nakuru, Naivasha, through eastern part of the, and you bring them and you sell them here. You bring them to the gorilla safari. What we encourage you to do is sometimes to partner with the local agent so that they also benefit from such a safari. It's not a problem at all. With regard to some technologies that we can share, of course, conservation technologies are very clear. So management of protected areas and parks. We have advanced from the actual surveillance of patrols. We still use the traditional patrol methods, but you can use technology like drones, which can see cameras put in the parks to show you the trend, coloring of wildlife to see how they move and how far, and also use of planes to surveil. So if, as South Sudan, you can visit and experience what we do through a familiarization trip, and then something that you think is good and works for you, then we can share with you how we do it. But conservation is a common science, and we can share knowledge on how we do this. Also, we can, in marketing, and I think this is one of the areas where the movements from physical events, which are very important, but also now going online and digitally. Most of the things we show should also be captured and put online on your websites, in Facebook and all those other social media platforms, so that people can see you even when you are not there. And I think COVID taught us a lot on how you can continue to exist even when you're not physically moving. And that's something that I'm sure is captured under the marketing strategy for East African, which we can also adapt. Investment. Of course, every money counts. $5,000 is a good start. We have had people who have started small with lesser money and have grown and now billionaires and are making a lot of money. I would say you may not qualify for those incentives, but that doesn't stop you if you follow the best practices of the facilities you're doing. East African community has provided minimum standards for the things that we do in tourism. So if you start, you have a plan and you have a business plan of setting up 10 cottages, and you start with 2 and they're already done by the standards that we bring in and certify visitors, that's already a good start. You can approach the marketing people in all these countries, and they guide you on how to develop and register your company as you grow. And when you reach a threshold, then you'll be supported. So do not shy away with your money. Please bring it on, and we can start working together. As Uganda, we do apply these East African rates for many of activities you want to do in the protected areas. So if you identify yourself as an East African with the proper national ID, then we allow you to come and pay the East African rate. We also have a category for residents, the people that work in embassies and have stayed for long. Those also have some preparation treatment, And then we have the category for the leisure visitors who come and pay slight higher because we also want them to support conservation. So I think, yes, there are things in finishing that the ESC can do. Issue of harmonizing skills and developing a platform for people so that all of us develop our skill to the same standard and level. There are things to do with infrastructure, the technology, especially internet and roads. All those needs to be done. And I also want to mention the issue of languages. I think here my colleagues from Burundi, we have very little, we can talk, but not very well. So is it ESC or national countries are going to develop common East African language, Swahili, so that we can all be at the same level when we are communicating? I thank you.
Thank you. I'll just be quick and I'll start with a question from South Sudan with regard if there's a platform that coordinates science and technology at the regional level. There's an institution at the regional level, which is the East African Science and Technology Commission, which is Expo, which coordinates research and promotes innovation and science at the regional level. And collaboration in terms of partnerships can be provided under such institutions. And with regard to the question for Maurice on the discrimination, largely all the ESC investment laws do not provide for discrimination. The only discrimination comes with regard to the investment threshold, and which the members have already highlighted. And it's an area which we are looking at, harmonizing the threshold for domestic investors and for foreign investors. The area that you've mentioned for youth, the opportunity comes in terms of facilitation, the aftercare departments, and that's in terms of building partnerships with some of the big investors that comes in. So yes, you might not be having capital, but you have other resources that could be resourceful. So that could be a way of linking those that have money and those that have the resources. That's how I would respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will start with a question from my brother. I think that is a valid question, given our situation in South Sudan. The issue of infrastructure, as the presenter from Rwanda has put it, it is really hindering us from the technology. So, but I'm happy that initiation of African Continental Free Trade Area has given us a hope that we are going to coach each other, and we're going to mentor each other in different areas, and technology transfer is one of them. And I believe that the different countries, not only East Africa community, are ready to support, as we had in different presentations before in different forums. That is hope for South Sudan. And then regarding the issue of 5,000 investment. Formally, we have in South Sudan, the minimum is 100,000 USD for investment. However, now in South Sudan, we have people from our neighboring countries, which I can say our brothers. They're coming to South Sudan even without a capital. Even 5,000 USD is not there. You just come, if you have your brother there, you take the bicycle and go carry water from the river and you sell the water. From there you will develop your capital. You can see, without signing the treaties for free movement, but South Sudan is allowing, I think the things is happening. We did not sign a treaty for free movement, but people from East Africa there, they are South Sudanese. So you need the yes. Thank you. Yeah, and then we have Maasai market in South Sudan. Yeah. That means we are now really respecting the issue of integration as a regional bloc, East Africa community. We don't discriminate. We don't say, no, we don't want you people here. The market is named Maasai Market. And we have a market also named, there is a market named after one of Ugandan's markets. Don't know what is the name. Awino Market is also in South Sudan. You can see how we're welcoming people in South Sudan. Yes, that's what I can say. And in the issue of course, free movement or less fee for tourism areas. I think as my colleagues mentioned before, the issue of tourism, yes, is there, but still we are not really booming. That is why we need a lot of support, especially in area of investment, construction of facilities that can support investment to boom in South Sudan. But we have some places that are attractive in South Sudan, like we have one place called Gilo. It has a unique atmosphere. Even the temperature, it differs from other states of South Sudan. It is always cold. I think before the crisis in Sudan, before separation in South Sudan, we have people from European areas. They stay there because the weather, it is like just someone outside Africa. It is very cold. This one maybe also need to know more later from our desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think this is the time now we give the floor to the Permanent Secretariat of the Ministry in charge of Commerce and Tourism, so we can put an end to today's questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Severin Balbukey. I'm the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of EAC Affairs, Youth, Sports and Culture. I take this opportunity just to thank all of you for attending this important event, this investment forum in the tourism sector. And from your presentation, I'm very sure that you share your beauty, the beauty of your respective partner states in the sector of tourism, which is very important and very good for the East African community. This very important event allows people to share and to have to consolidate and to build the unity as one people, one destiny, which is one of the key important target of the community. I also thank the presenters for the very, very, very rich presentation they've done. And from the presentation, we are able now to know which beauty in which country can take advantage, and also that important event allows also the participant to know exactly what they can do to develop the affairs in that sector. And as mentioned in your different presentations, the tourism sector is a key in terms of employment, in terms of also GDP. We have noticed that from the presentations, the tourism sector, there is a very a good part of the advantages from that sector. For example, in terms of employment, it has been experienced that more the tourism is developed, more the employment also is created, and also more the tourism is developed, the GDP also contributes a lot in terms of GDP. Now we are about to finish the day. I hope all of you dinner, it's the dinner or whatever. But I wish all of you a good dinner and go back and continue enjoying Burundi, enjoying the events, and we will be very comfortable if you feel at home. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Evening.
The Secretary, may I request all the presenters who are at the panel, please to come and they have a group picture with the Permanent Secretary before we go to the lunch. Please, let us do it quickly. All the presenters, the panelists, please come. Where is the... May I take a ride also? Banana. Yes, please. Thank you. And we are all invited to combine the lunch and the dinner. Okay. Yeah. So, no,
so?